Firma Kontel, to jest akurat slajd odwrotny niż przedstawienie się wzajemne, które zamierzam teraz zrobić, ale dwa słowa w takim razie. Kontel w roku będzie miał 40 lat. To już jeszcze prawie był głęboki komunizm, jak zaczynaliśmy. Ktoś to policzył i tak nam to rzucił na plecy, więc wybaczcie. A to jest też tyle lat doświadczeń, więc miło nam, że pracujemy razem przez wiele lat z sukcesem. I tak naprawdę wiele tych lat to są też produkty Poli, bo jak policzymy, to w Poli jesteśmy od 1992 roku, kiedy sprowadziliśmy do Polski pierwsze słuchawki Plantronixa wtedy. Więc jest to troszeczkę lat, jakby ktoś chciał policzyć, to też by się dało. I'm sorry for Polish. Oh, I just forgot it. Ktoś z gości mówi po angielsku? Jeszcze chwilę odpoczynku po polsku. So I just was saying that we are like 40 years this year. I tak naprawdę firma zajmuje się sprzedażą i promowaniem rozwiązań, można powiedzieć, do audio i wideo. To jest już nie tylko w Polsce, ale w obszarze wschodniej-środkowej Europy. To nazywamy obszary wyzwolone spod wiadomo. Więc to też są rynki, na których realizujemy projekty. Jako Kontel mamy też możliwość oczywiście realizacji projektów globalnych w Europie, natomiast są rynki, na których się koncentrujemy. W tej chwili to jest ponad 50 osób w zespole. W sprzedaży jest większość, bo jesteśmy firmą jednak handlową, ale każdy z nas trochę technikaliów zna, każdy coś wie, więc dodatkowo niż tylko handluje, więc tam też jesteśmy bardziej wyspecjalizowani. Oprócz tego prowadzimy programy partnerskie i różne działania zmierzające do promocji rozwiązań, stąd też dzisiejsze nasze spotkanie też promuje rozwiązania Poli i mieli Wam przybliżyć. Jeśli chodzi o nas, możecie nas zobaczyć, pośledzić na Facebooku, gdzieś na sali znajdą, chociażby na tych kostkach, na LinkedInie, ale to jest tylko jeden mały fragment tej promocji, którą robimy dla Was i dla rynku, żeby klienci chcieli i znali nasze rozwiązania, żeby chcieli oglądać, chcieli kupować i chcieli używać. Kontel przez te lata zbudował taki ekosystem rozwiązań, które wokół rozwiązań Poli są, można powiedzieć, dużą przewagą naszych partnerów na rynku, dlatego że znajdziecie tutaj te wiele elementów, które zbudowują tak naprawdę rozwiązania Poli w różnych zakresach, czy to zarówno w zakresie miejsca pracy, biurko, czy praca mobilna, czy też rozwiązania do sal konferencyjnych. No i staramy się, żeby nie było bardzo sztywno, żeby też dało się z nami pracować, więc wspaniały zespół, który tutaj jest wśród nas. W trzonie zespołu Karolina, która tutaj odpowiada za... Może postańcie tak trochę w boku, będzie Was łatwiej widzieć. Zapraszam Was wszystkich. Karolina, która odpowiada w firmie za dział marketingu i moi koledzy Przemek, Piotrek. Piotrek tam z tym świetnie, Was nie widać po prostu. Ale też wielu moich kolegów zespołu są obecni. Zapraszamy do kontaktu. Inżynierów jeszcze silnie nas wspiera dział Tomka Stejniaka i Michał z marketingu ogarnia tutaj za lokalizację. Besides our team, we are strongly supported with the vendor team. This is the only and unique opportunity we are hosting event with so many knowledgeable and experienced guests from Poli. And I would like to introduce to you, according to this slide, Mark. Can you show up, please? You have some specialties, you know, secret words written in the presentation. So you can write the small letters, and it's very also important. Everybody has some specialty, and is highly experienced in projects across Europe and world in those areas. So, going further, Nikki van der Berg.
Yes, you're in. Hi there.
Vincent Dahl.
Yes, that's me. Hello.
I think Tomasz is not good.
Unfortunately.
Uncle?
Yeah, I'm mainly focusing on lands. Nice man.
That's very, very good. Good, thank you. Zach?
This is me. I'm just wondering what's Slushka?
Oh, it says phones, headsets, and Microsoft ecosystem.
Okay.
Dawid Feriat z polskiego zespołu. Anthony Chamberlain, people say Tony. That was Chick Peary yesterday.
Voice Alliance is a solution engineering
Missing one person.
Elvis.
One person.
Elvis.
Can you do for yourself?
Yeah, I joined the team late, so that's why I'm not. So I'm a voice solutions architect, working in Tony's team.
Okay. And also from Polish team, również z polskiego zespołu mamy dwie osoby, dziewczyny. Patrzę, żeby widzieć więcej. Magda Malowana-Wąsiewicz i Marta Gutowska. A, sorry, to na dobrym tle. Zaraz sobie trudno. Dobra. Jeśli chodzi o agendę, trochę ona tutaj przebiegała, czy przechodziła zmianę, także wybaczcie, jesteśmy podzieleni nie na pół dnia, tylko idą dwie równoległe ścieżki. Jedna jest troszkę bardziej dotycząca rozwiązań biurkowych, czyli telefony, rozwiązania do Zooma, do Teamsa i VoIP-a w zakresie telefonii oraz rozwiązania do zarządzania tymi urządzeniami, a druga ścieżka drugi pokój jest poświęcony wideo, rozwiązaniami do kolaboracji i współpracy wideo z konferencji. Switch to Polish again, sorry. How many of you are not speaking Polish? Just for me now. I need to repeat the question.
English.
Okay, I said I will not repeat it. So in fact, you can choose between the rooms according to the subject, of course, because we didn't split it fixed. And you're most welcome to mix, but we'll try to give you a slight input on during the breaks and during the other presentations.
Nie wiem, czy pamiętacie o tym, ale tego typu sesje, które się wydarzają przy współpracy z naszymi kolegami, są sesjami, za które otrzymujecie punkty do naszego programu partnerskiego. Firmy. Za każdego uczestnika, który uczestniczy w takim spotkaniu. Więc jeśli nie jesteście zarejestrowani do naszej platformy partners.poli.com, zachęcam, zróbcie to jeszcze w tej chwili. Po naszym wydarzeniu te punkty zostaną przypisane. Za każde uczestnictwo to jest 10 punktów. Więc myślę, że warto.
Punktów to jak $1000. Dobrze. Po części oficjalnej planujemy przemieścić się do fabryki Norblina na coś ożywczego i na jakieś dyskusje w kuluarach. Także zapraszamy. A to już oznacza, że tak naprawdę możemy przekazać mikrofon. Do tej pory absolutnie nieformalnie prosimy o współudział. Całość będzie też nagrywana i streamowana. Wiele osób, które z powodu, nie wiem, COVID-a czy innych nie mogły dojechać, mogą otrzymać link. Jeżeli macie takie osoby gdzieś, które zostały, to proszę zgłosić się do Joasi. Joasia prześle link dla tych osób, które ewentualnie chciałyby to dostać.
Okay, thank you. So the floor is now mine. So thank you, Andreas. You kind of covered off all my slides, so thank you. So I can go quite quickly over my slides. So Magdalena, you know me. My name's Mark Cupid. These are the key event organisers. So any questions around the event, Andreas's fault, or my fault, or Magdalena's fault. So you can come in and see us. Some of the content that we're going to discuss today, and Mr. Vincent will cover some of the NDA content. So please make sure you stay to the end, because we'll talk about some futures stuff at the end. So bear that in mind. So the objective for today is what I call features, functions, and benefits, right? So we've got lots of solutions here that you guys can ask questions on any topic. So we've got Microsoft Teams, we've got Zoom, we've got Google, and we've got a room next door on voice. So please feel free to ask any questions. We've got the experts in the room. So if we don't know, then there's something wrong. So please feel free to ask questions at will. Again, Andreas has covered the content. Here it is. You can go to any session, as Andreas said. In this room, we're going to be doing video. In the room next door, we're going to be doing voice. Partner program points. Magdalena covered that the partner program points. So that needs. We encourage you to take pictures. So take pictures, tag us in on your post, tag Magdalena on the post, tag David on the post. But my good friend Magda, Martha, tag us all in the post. But most importantly, my good friend Mr. Vincent doesn't have lots of friends, so please tag him on the post as well.
So marking my team, my LinkedIn base has
So it's a fun event. You know, we encourage you to have fun, ask questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question, right? So ask questions at your leisure. But just by way of reminder, we host I host a call that we call SE Weekly Wednesday. So we encourage you to join that call. It's a forum where the SEs and SAs, many of the SEs and SAs are on the call where you can ask questions. So you know, every Wednesday, and that call should be happening in 20 minutes now from now, there is a community of poly SEs and SAs on the call. Nikki is always on the call.
Almost. Yes.
You'll find Nikki.
Yeah, it's 1 half hour. 1 hour, 20 minutes usually.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
We're good.
So each week we give an update on various different topics. So next week, Tony, I believe, is joining us and giving an update on our desk phones. And the week after, we're doing a special on, if you guys have one of these or seen these, we're giving a dedicated session or focus session on our headsets. So this is the Voyager 360, or Voyager 60. So, encourage you to register to the session. So, my next couple of slides is what I'm going to do is tease you in terms of some of the discussions or some of the key announcements that we've discussed. So again, remember, with Poly HP, we're encouraging our users to work from any environment, whether they're at home, on the road. We've got technology that enable you to collaborate, or organizations to collaborate with in any environment. So whether they're going to be at home, in the office, do they need a wide headset, do they need a deck headset? We've got solutions that meet every single persona or work style environment. So again, bear that in mind. We were recently at ISE, and some of the key announcements that we talked about at ISE, we talked about the Microsoft Teams room, and we announced the HP mini PC. We actually have that. Do we have that here? No. Do we? Yes, we have that here. The Voyager 360 wireless earbuds. The guys encourage you to. Who has the buds? Nikki has one. Buds. Vincent has. Zach has. I have. So encourage you to come and speak to us. We will have a conversation or a discussion about the Voyager 360 buds in a second. And then we have the CCX 350 phones. Tony, do you have that next to us? Yes. So we have our team certified handset device. Just by way of reminder, Poly HP or HP Poly, as the marketing of, we have a range of active noise cancelling headsets. Again, something that you should incorporate in terms of your conversation. We have a range of DECT, Bluetooth, wired headsets that work. Whether you're using it with your mobile, with your desk phone. There's different headsets depending upon your wearing styles, right? In terms of solutions, and I'm not gonna. We will make these slides. There will be an end of survey report that we encourage you to fill in, and then we'll make these slides available to you. So you'll have these slides available. So again, just by way of reminder, I'm not going to steal Zach's thunder.
How do you manage all of those? How do you manage?
Dude, please tell us. How do you do that?
In Lens.
So Helke is signposting his event, so encourage you to attend Helke's session. Right? So yeah, we have a range of devices. You need to manage those devices. We have a range of Microsoft Teams video devices. Again, I'm not going to cover that. And we have a range of Zoom certified devices. Go Zoom. Yes. So voice and video devices. In terms of, I'm going to skip through that. In terms of solution updates, right? So, where is my buds? So, I will hand these out.
And these out. I mean, you can keep.
So we're, really, happy with, that we've announced these buds, right? These are our wireless. It's got a charging case. You're able to mute, see the battery level on the device. You're able to pause your music. These devices are Teams and Zoom, soon to be also Google certified. There's going to be 2, possibly 3 versions of that. So we have the non-touchscreen interface, the touch interface. One of the advantages of
this is one without a touchscreen.
Yes.
So there's 2 main models. One has a screen on top, which is great, right? You can mute your call without being tapping on the headset and stuff. This one is cheaper, but doesn't have a touchscreen.
So it's great. Typically, when I'm on a Teams call or on a Zoom call, and you need to mute, rather than trying to work out which is the mute function and swiping on your earbuds, to be able to do that from the touch interface, I think is fantastic. You can lock the interface. So when you have it in your pocket and you want to do rogue calling, you can lock the interface, lock the touch interface on there.
And by the way, although this is a cheaper model, the earbud is exactly the same in both. So this too has noise cancelling, these two have noise blocking, and all those features are part of both headsets. The only difference is the touchscreen and the ability to connect it in a plane.
Yes. So what you'll notice on the what you'll notice here is that on the charge case there is a micro USB connection, so micro USB to 3.5mm connection. So when you're traveling and you want to use that on the plane, that will pass the audio through. Right?
The cable's in the box, it's this one. It's USB-C, by the way.
Sorry, yes, USB-C.
We're in 2023. And this one goes in the airplane. You can listen to your music using your earbuds instead of using the stupid headset from the plane, which is great. Very useful.
And then my good friend Helke was, again, always talking about PolyLens. So there is a mobile app, PolyLens mobile app, has been released or is available now. It's available for Apple and Android. So if you go to the stores, you'll find the Lens mobile app for controlling your headset. So that's available. Hoka is going to go through this and other features in his session. In terms of our desk devices, we've got the CCX's devices, OpenSIP, Teams devices for our handset. Tony and Elvis are going to cover those in more detail in his session, alongside the CCX350. Most importantly, for my session, we will talk about Google. So what you'll see here is we have the first Android bars that natively support the Google application, right? So all in one device, X30, X50, X70, Google Meet certified. So we'll cover that off in a later session. And I will stop there and hand over to Zach and Vincent.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Then we are moving to the other.
Right, so yes, so now we're going to split the session. So the guys that want to do voice, OpenSIP and Zoom in the morning session. Please go with Elvis and Tony.
Let's go.
Yes.
Jeśli chodzi właśnie o telefony, to specjalnie dla Was, dla wszystkich partnerów Kontela, też prosiłem chłopaków, żeby zrobili taką lepszą trochę prezentację niż standardowy product showcase. Więc jak jesteście zainteresowani, chcecie posłuchać też o provisioningu, o tym, jak zarządzać, to sesja telefoniczna też całkiem przyjemna. A potem powiedzie dogrywka basics. Sorry.
So good, the split has been made. I'm happy to see a lot of people went to voice. I'm even more happy to see a lot of people stayed with video. So my name is Vincent. I'm the Microsoft Solution Architect for EMEA. Together with Zach, I'm also leading the team of Solution Architects. So all these great people that are presenting today, they're the best. I would like to take one little second because I don't think it has been noticed enough in the introduction, but this setup, this location is amazing. And it's all Contel, so they did a terrific job, not just the guys from marketing finding this, but the technical guys setting this up. It's unbelievable. I mean, usually we do all the work, and yesterday we were here, we were sent down to go drink something because they needed to work. So I would really like to say, well done, Contel.
Fully agree.
Quite amazing. And without further ado, let's talk a little bit about, well, the important ecosystem, which is Microsoft Teams. Me and Nikki are always against each other, but just a show of hands. Who's here for Teams? One guy. Wow. Who's here for Zoom? Oh, one guy too. No, you can say, you can say.
I'm going to Zoom session.
So, well, we'll be covering both. We'll be covering Google as well, which is marketing, and well, it's going to be a really, really interesting day. So, by all means, if you have questions, if you want to know something, if you say, well, I want to drill a little bit down on that topic, just raise your hand, shout out, interrupt us. Doesn't matter. If you can't hear us in the back, tell us. We'll use the microphones. We'd rather not, but we can. And we'll be talking about us today. Now, who knows who Polly is? I always like to see people raise hands, so I need a little bit of, yeah, who heard about Polly? All of you were here, right?
I did.
Thank you. Now, Polly used to be Polycom. We used to be the market leader in video conferencing, together with another company called Hamburg. Back in the days, that was video conferencing, 2 companies, great days. Today, there's a little bit more. And a few years back, we joined forces with the leading headset constructor in the world called Plantronics. Now, Plantronics has been building headsets since 1969. This was one of our headsets. Anybody knows who that guy is? Yes, indeed. The famous words, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Plantronics headset. That technology still lives in the Poly headsets as well. So every time you put on your headset, you can feel a little bit like Neil Armstrong. It's great. And then a year ago, we joined forces again. Well, we were bought by HP. Now, many people don't know this, but HP, we might have delivered the microphone that Neil Armstrong used. HP delivered the equipment that transferred that voice all the way back to Earth. So I would say it was written in the stars that we were meant to be together, and today we are. So today we are, Poly HP, which is, now it's HP Poly. It's going to be Poly, a HP brand, I believe.
I don't know, I can't keep
So the name is kind of changing still, but we're all joined together. Now let's go back to Poly. Poly talks on 3 main topics: people, spaces, and technology. Why are we focusing on these 3 topics? Well, because people are pretty much the core of our existence. It's whatever the user needs that is important for us. That will determine everything else. So we've been working on people for quite some time. Actually, for about 12 years, we've been developing personas. Who heard about the persona research? Yes. Good. At least one person. So if you haven't, look it up. It's on our website. It's amazing. We'll be talking about it in a minute as well. Personas support every work style on every location, whether you're in your home office, somewhere in a coffee shop, in the office, or in a meeting room. We have the technology that will help you, that will enable you to work, to be in calls when it's a hybrid meeting, to be in live meetings when it's not, to focus on your work and listen to music if you want while you're working. Yes, it's a loud coffee meeting. And then finally, well, we use different technologies for that. You'll be hearing today about things like noise block, acoustic fence, noise cancelling, stuff like that. Who knows noise block? That must be like pretty much everybody, right? Oh, you say yes, but I only saw 2 hands. So noise block basically takes away the annoying noises in any conversation. It's on a lot of our headsets. It's on a lot of all our video systems. So if you open up a bag of crisps, if you type something on your keyboard, People are
noisy coffee machine.
yes, or a very nice example, a noisy coffee machine. People on the far end will not hear that. So by the way, we're using sync devices here, so people on the streaming will not hear the coffee machine, which is really loud. So any technology, many technologies are available, and today we're showcasing pretty much everything we have, I think. One thing you need to know, we have a few actions in the Teams ecosphere today. The first one is called My First Room. Who heard about My First Room? Okay, so you're all registered partners. If you have a customer that wants to learn about MTRs, that doesn't have an MTR room or a poly MTR room, My First Room, just register the deal, talk to Magdalena, talk to your Microsoft Alliance manager, which is Kyle Leonard for these regions, and you will get the first room at half the price, which is good for your margin or even better for your customer, depending on what you want. But not only will you get it at half the price, you will get free access to our PGS people to help you set it up. So if MTR rooms are a new thing for you guys, use this deal. If you find a customer that says, well, I'm interested, but it's kind of expensive, use this deal. You make it cheap, you'll just do one room first. But in our experience, we've been doing this project for the last year. It never ends at one room. It starts with one room. And then very soon the customer comes and says, I want this everywhere. And that's when the doors open, right? So the second thing is double deal registration. So you can register an MTR deal twice, which gives you twice the points and everything. So very advantages for customers. And then let's have a look at people and spaces a little bit more in depth. Zach, do you want to do it, or shall I? Or I'll pass the buck and then we'll switch every now and then.
So as Vincent told you about personas, so it's a survey that we have sent to thousands of companies, and they have sent that to also hundreds of employees. So it's a study that is still available today, so you can use it, you can share it to your customers, and then you get like some insight. We asked them some questions, and based on the answer, we can define how many employees do they have for each kind of work style. Okay, and then we propose them some product families. Okay, so for example, for the first one on the left, we will say, okay, this is 2 or 3 corded headsets that you can offer to those kind of employees, and then for each different profile. So this is a rich database. Okay, this is really a rich database. This is something that you can offer to your customer as an added value to help them to decide which headset they can use. Based on all the insight we have received, okay, we were also willing to do that at the spaces, at the meeting rooms, okay, because we have noticed that during the pandemic, COVID, habits have changed. Okay, so people
all
who
those customers we visited in the last 12 years, we revisited pretty much all of them after COVID. And this is the change in numbers. So work environments changed, right? Before COVID, who of you went to the office pretty much every day? Show of hands. Quite a few.
don't be shy.
Yeah, at least half the room. Since COVID, who goes to the office every day? Well, 2 hands. Now that's perfect. Those are office communicators and office collaborators. In reality, we notice that office-centric is about half the workforce. So 1 in 2 people will go to the office pretty much every day. But before COVID, they went 5 days a week. After COVID, on average, they go 4 days a week. So it's a little bit less. On that last day, they work from home. They need gear to work from home. These work styles will tell us, hey, this is what we advise. We don't force it, but we advise it. And we learn. So those people that go to the office every now and then today, what are you going to do in the office? Give me an example. Okay, let me give you an example. You're not going to the office to do your emails. You can do that from home. In the office, you will socialize with colleagues. You will go there for a specific meeting or a training. You will go there for collaboration or for social communication. You will not go there to work focused. Even better, I was in the office on Monday. It was a long time ago since I was in the office. And I could not focus because everybody that passed my table went, hey, Vincent, it's been a while, let's talk. And I have a question. And I wasn't able to work. The only way I could actually work on these slides was to hide myself in the focus room and start working there. Which shows something different since COVID. Focus rooms, we didn't really hear about them before COVID, and now they're very popular. Depending on the persona, certain types of meeting rooms are important. And we mapped all of that. So if you, yes, here's a nice example, but if you click one more, here are all the 6 personas with typical meeting rooms they use. It's a color scheme, so large, medium, small, focus, or even desk space. As you can see, the office people, they sit at their desk. But the remote people, much less, like maybe 38%. So much, much less desk work, much more meeting. So what can we do for your customer? If you let your customer do those surveys, define which personas they have, not only can we tell them, hey, this is the gear you should buy for them, this is the headsets, and we can also say, on average, we would advise you to have this many focus rooms, this many small rooms, this many medium rooms, and this many large rooms. So those numbers will be advised to you. Again, it's not written in stone, right? We're not saying this is how it must be. But we are saying, hey, out of our experience, which is huge in this area, this is what it should be. And that really resonates with customers. That experience is something they don't get from other suppliers. They get that from colleagues.
So once you have that discussion with your customers, so to remap the floors, you can define which type of room. Next step will be what equipment. How can we equip that room? So we have developed a tool, spaces.poly.com, so you all have access to that tool. And you want me to show it?
Yeah, sure. Who has used that? Only one person, really. So it's very easy to remember. Poly stands for People, Spaces, and Technology. Spaces.poly.com will bring you to the Spaces part. Actually, thinking of that, people.poly.com will bring you to the people part. That would be a good idea. Have to talk tomorrow.
So this is the website. Okay, you all have access to it. Today we only have 2 main focus area, which is the office and hybrid work. We are working on education, government, healthcare, and finance also. How does it work? You choose office, which technology your customer may use, which we receive, and Poly, Zoom, or Teams. So let's go for Teams.
Most of the time it will be Teams.
Yes. So I don't know why you choose Zoom.
Yeah, sometimes it's useful.
So then you need to choose which type of room. Remember what we have done with the personas. We define 6 types of rooms, going from focus room and all of them. So you choose. Let's try this one from 11 to 15. Okay, and then I have 2 options. Either
an MTR running Windows or an MTR running Android.
I need
Now, there you go. Old people syndrome. I have that. But the great thing is what comes out of it. You get a physical and a logical cabling diagram. So you know where to put the cables and you know how to connect the cables. You can give this to your installation guys and they can do a big part of that.
You have this, the one. Okay. You also have the coverage based on what you have chosen as a hardware. You have here the camera coverage. So in this example, we use the E70 or the X70, which has 2 lenses on it. So one lens focusing on the back of the room, and one lens focusing on the front of the room. So you have that coverage. We also have the same for the screen displays. Okay, speakers microphone. So in that case, I noticed that the embedded microphone in the Studio X is not enough to cover everything. So we advise to add another microphone for those people. Okay, so this is really helpful. You can print everything from it. So you have a list of equipment, so the bill of material, the SKUs, some accessories if you need it, so shelf for the camera, etc. And options. Options are things that are not in the plan, but you can do that to increase you can download everything, you can print it and add it to your offer if you want. So it's really useful.
So only one guy used this before. For the rest of you, would this help you in your daily job? Do you think this could be useful for you guys? So now you know it exists, which is, well, at least check, you learned something. There we go.
So
let's talk about technology.
we talk about people first, then we talk about spaces, now technology. So technology we have four groups of devices. The first one on the right is what we call devices for BYOD, bring your own devices. Okay, you have all the intelligence we have put in the camera, the artificial intelligence you have put on the camera, except you have no codec, you have no client embedded on it. So you need to have your laptop. This is ideal for small rooms. Yeah, when the user comes with his laptop, plug the USB cable, and he can start the meeting. No matter what meeting is it, Google, Zoom, Facebook meeting, Messenger if you want, you will just use our great technology for your laptop. Okay. Then we have the Studio X family, X series. The X series is all-in-one, so we call them also collapse bar. So you have the X70 over there, X30 over there. So it goes from small room to large room. Okay, all in one. Microphone, speakers, camera, and codec also embedded in the device. Easy to deploy. So you just need HDMI cable to the screen, network cable, and you're gone. Okay, so that's the perfect solution for small devices. Then we have the customized collaboration spaces. If you need more AV integration, okay, if you want to use ceiling mic, if you want to use external speakers, then the G7500 is the good solution. The difference between the two is just that the G7500 is like one of the studio where we remove the camera, we remove the speaker, we remove the microphone. It's exactly the same technology, the same software that runs on it. Okay? So those two are based on Android. Okay? The last.
Well, hang on. There's something to say about that Android. Do you guys know which version of Android we're based on today? Who's saying 10? Oh, look at that. That's very enthusiastic. Today, actually, I should say yesterday, it was 8. Android 8.1 is the version we bought from Google when we built these bars. We adapted that version so that we can add security to it, and that's the one we used. And we used that for quite a while. Now today, and actually this is hot, because this email entered my mailbox last night. Today, we will deliver 4.0, the new firmware, which includes an upgrade from Android from 8.1 all the way to 10. 12 is good for mobile phones, but is officially not yet seen as a stable operating system, so it will come eventually. But Android 10 available from today. Now, not to all of you, it's going to be launched in the beta Lens platform first. So talk to Holger, he has access already. A lot of our customers already have access. Everyone else will have to wait another 2 weeks. But it's a tremendous step. We go from Android 8 to Android 10. It's not just, oh, this runs Android. No, we're upgrading to the latest version. Customers that bought these bars 4 years ago are now good for another 5 years. That's 9 years with a video equipment where Microsoft says, well, you should do 3 or 4 with one and then renew. No. we try to protect your investment. We try to say, hey, this will last longer. And 9 years, it's quite impressive.
So it's interesting that you said Android 12 because you are comparing with smartphone. We have some customers also doing the same. I would like to bring your attention here. It's a different version of Android. Don't expect to install Candy Crush, to install anything on those devices. It's a closed system. It's a closed application, so you can modify it. You can run. So there's no stores or Play Store or any stores of it. So this is very important. Okay. So the last one is the Windows family. Okay. So you will have the slides if you fill the survey at the end. So I won't go for each one, or you want me to go for each one?
No, we talked about them. Go to the Windows part.
So
one more. Yes.
For the Windows part, we also have that split between focus, small, medium, and large room. The compute remains the same. So the codec, the compute remains the same. Today we have 3 different compute. We still work with Dell and Lenovo, and we have added HP, which makes sense since we are HP. Can I say that we may just end with one?
Oh yes.
Or too late.
HP obviously doesn't want us to continue selling Lenovo and Dell. That kind of makes sense. We still support them though, and we will for another X years because well, we sold them before. But in the future, it's gonna be HP. If you have customers saying no, I want Lenovo, or no, I want Dell, hurry up. We still have quite a few in stock. But after that, it's done. Right? It's gonna be HP, and HP brings us tons of advantages. We'll talk about hardware a little bit later, but very recently we had a little issue with the sleep on the device. Now, very easily to fix. You change the sleep parameters, done. But we want this fixed in future versions from the start. So we told HP, can you make another image? And they said, yeah, we'll do that, and from tomorrow, well, actually from the 17th, everything we ship will have that fixed. We couldn't do that with Lenovo, we couldn't do that with Dell. Which again, it's not a big disaster, but who of you have installed MTR on Windows? Who of you have installed MTR on Windows with the Lenovo computer? Right, so when you unpack it, you get a version called 1903 from Windows. You basically need to wait 3 days for the system to update to the latest version. That is because we certified with that image. So we have to ship with that image. Now, I would say almost 3 years after we launched it, we're now getting a new image into the system at Lenovo. It took 3 years to do that. So very soon now, if you get a Lenovo compute, no more issues. You'll get the latest version. But it took 3 years. With HP, it took us 2 hours. And they said, yeah, we'll do it. Next week, done. That's the advantage of being HP. Now let's just walk through the hardware because we have this advantage. We have the hardware here, right? If you look here, we have a Studio X30 and an X50. Now you should all know these bars because they've been around quite some time, right? A little rule of thumb that I use, if you take a piece of string 3 meters long, X30, 3 meters, connect it to the lens and to your nose, that is sort of the meeting room size this device will work. X50, 5 meter string. X70, 7 meter string. Now I can hear some of you think, hang on, X70 doesn't do Teams, right? Oh, okay, so X70 doesn't do Teams. Until today, because with 4.0, it will do Teams. It does do Teams, so we can actually do Teams on X70 and on the G7500, which we have an example right there. I'd like you to focus as well on these 2 controllers here. So we have the TC8, which is an 8-inch model, and we have the TC10, which is a 10-inch model. This is the Google room, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna disconnect it for a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Should be able. I'll bring my stuff. So this is the TC10. This is the black one. We have white ones as well. Do we have white ones? No, we're all black today.
It basically looks like the TC8.
Yeah, it comes in white as well. There's a few differences from the TCA. One is the obvious one. It's 10-inch, not 8. It's slightly bigger. Secondly, it comes with a foot that you can put in one model, which gives you a 60-degree angle, or if you turn it around, it will give you a 30-degree angle on the table. It's a little detail, but a lot of customers said I'd like the controller a little bit more flat. It also comes with a wall bracket. You can hang it on the wall. And optionally, you can even have a bracket to hang it on a glass wall. Why? Because this device in zoom mode can be used as a controller, but also as a panel outside of the meeting room. Why am I talking about TC10? TC10 does not work on a Teams device, right? It will, by the end of the month. It will work as a controller on MTR on Android, and at the same time, it will work as a Teams panel outside of the meeting room. Now, this Teams panel is going to be cheaper than the Logi one. Well, Yealink is cheaper, but then again, it's Chinese, it's always cheaper. But second on the price place should be ours. And it's also a very, very versatile device. So the market is really, really enthusiastic to see this come. By the end of the year, we'll add a third function to this. Controller for the MTR on Windows. That will be a controller that is connected with a single cable, Ethernet. No USB, no extenders, no power, nothing. Ethernet, done. And you have a controller for the MTR on Windows. Now that's NDA. I don't put that on LinkedIn yet. Don't call me tomorrow saying, where's the device? End of the year, at the earliest. But it's coming. We're working on it. And I think that is really, really important.
So through the internet, it has to be connected directly to the MTR or through the internet?
Through the Ethernet, yes. So you connect it to a switched connection. There's no point-to-point cable, nothing like that.
Basically, same what we do here with the Zoom part. This is just connected to the switch and then connected to G7500 over the network. It's per device then.
Exactly. So Zoom already has that. But then again, Zoom only focuses on video. I'm dragging that sync with me.
No, that's not true in a sense. You're lying now.
I'm dragging the sync with me because the people at home, this is the way they hear us. So whatever you're saying around the sync will be heard at home as well. So on this table, we have a G7500. Again, it's in Zoom mode. Today it doesn't do Teams, but with 4.0, so from today, it does do Teams as well. So you can run a G7500 in a modular room setup doing Teams. Now, Nikki is going to talk to you about things like multiple cameras, things that Zoom can already do, and Microsoft not yet. They're working on it, but it's not yet there. So remember that. That can be very important to you. If you have a customer saying, I need multiple cameras in my meeting room, hey, in Zoom it works. And Zoom does allow you to join Teams calls, so you could have a need for a Zoom room there.
Yeah, I will talk about the Teams integration within the Zoom rooms.
So Zoom has some advantages?
Yes, they do.
A lot of advantages, absolutely. I will talk and demonstrate. Absolutely.
Yeah, they do, honestly. And at HP, by the way, we use both. We use Teams for everything that's collaboration, but the communication part, the video and audio part, we use Zoom for that. And it works perfectly. Sometimes better, sometimes it kind of depends what you need. But in a lot of cases, Zoom is ahead of Teams when it comes to communication. At the same time, Teams is ahead of Zoom when it comes to collaboration. And I think that's really good because those two, they elevate each other. They go, I can do this, and then the other one says, oh, I want to do that as well. And so they grow together, which is really, really good. Now let's continue walking here. Oh, there we go. This is a Studio X70. Remember the wire? 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters. So larger meeting rooms. You notice that spaces.poly.com shows you the coverage of those devices as well. This has a dual lens, the same as the E70, which you can see there. So it focuses on the wide area as well as on the deep area of the room, and depending on where you are in the room, it will change the camera. Again, TC8, TC10, both are available. Well, today it's TC8, but TC10 will be available as well. And on the final table, we have an MTR on Windows, and this is a full option MTR on Windows, right? This is It has a G8 compute, yes, the G9 actually, from HP, so the HP compute part. It's a tiny PC, but it has a little bit of an exception. Microsoft gives everybody specs, right? So they say Yealink, Lenovo, anybody, you have to deliver an MTR with an i5 processor with 8 gigs of RAM. Now with HP, we said, no, we're doing an i7 processor and we're doing 16 gigs of RAM. It's a little bit more. Remember what I said earlier? We want people to use their devices longer than 3 years. This is why. Right? If I give you a heavier PC, you'll probably be happy with it just a little bit longer. And that's the goal we have here. So the G9 800 PC has a little bit more specs, which allows us to do just a little bit more and to keep it just a little bit longer. This specific device has the large room kit. So the E70 camera and a Sync 60 for the table. Now, who knows the Sync devices? Right, there's 4. Sync 10, 20, 40, 60. A little rule of thumb again, that first number. If you look at a Sync 20, if you draw a circle with a diameter of 2 meters and you put the Sync in the middle, that is the pickup range. It's not exactly true, but it's a good rule. Sync 40, 4 meters. So if I stand more than 4 meters from that device, it won't really hear me. It won't really pick me up good anymore. Sync 60, 6 meters. But 40 and 60 have something special. If it's not enough, you can pair a second one wirelessly. Actually, that's exactly what you did here. Right? So there's one over there. So when we grab it, people at home, they hear. And there's one here. Together, they cover pretty much the whole room, which is quite interesting. Sync 60 allows you to do an even bigger room. But there's a but. Do not use the pairing if you do not have the room size. If you, no, we don't have a. Anyway, imagine the first circle with the first Sync. The second circle can overlap the first one, but cannot contain the Sync. You get what I mean? So the Sync needs to be at least, the Sync 40, at least 2 meters apart. Otherwise, they will start trying to limit, well, to balance, oh, there's noise there, I need to balance it out. Well, it's not noisy. So they need to be far enough apart. If you have more than one Sync and you call me and say, this is not working, I have bad sound quality, this will be my first question. How far apart are they? And quite often people sell the Sync 60 in a room, I don't know, 4 on 8, and then they put 2 on the table. That will not work. And if you think of it, it's very logical. But these are the kind of tips and tricks we give in these sessions, right? So that you can say, hey, my sales guy sold this, but this is not gonna work. Tell your customer before he starts complaining. Now, something else on this device is the acronym, the BYOD kit. Now, the BYOD kit gives me, as a user, 2 cables, USB and HDMI. If I plug in HDMI, what happens?
Content sharing.
Screen sharing, exactly. I'm injecting my screen into the meeting, into Teams. If I plug in HDMI and USB, what happens then? Everything changes, right? The screen becomes my PC screen, but the camera becomes my PC camera, and the Sync 60 becomes my PC speaker and audio. So if I get an invite for a WhatsApp call or a Facebook call or a Chime, who knows what Chime is? See, this is impressive. Chime is, let me phrase this differently. Who are the 3 big data center suppliers in the world? Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. Well, Amazon has a collaboration platform. It's called Chime. They're pretty much the only ones using it, but still, that's 200,000 people using it. So you might get an invite on Chime call. And you can't join that from an MTR. You can't join that from a Zoom room. Is Nicky here?
He left.
Oh, he would agree. You can't. But you can if you have those 2 cables. You just plug them in your PC.
Where's my name?
Was it? I was saying Chime is not supported on Zoom either.
Correct. But you can do BYOD on the devices. So
Yes, well, that's what I'm saying. BYOD will solve that. So having a BYOD option is important, but it's also, I think it's tricky. Because in this room, well, all of you received a mug saying you're an engineer, right? We're all technical people. If we enter a room and we see two cables, we know how to connect them. With a sales guy, sorry, any sales guys in the room?
Let's visit that part now.
Because I can change. I can say an accountant, they don't know, right? They don't understand. They will call IT and say, well, I plugged in the cable and it doesn't work. Okay, which cable did you plug? USB. Did you plug it in a USB port or did you just jam it in an HDMI? It happens. So BYOD can be very useful, but not always. I try to balance my customers where it brings added value and where it doesn't. On this device, it comes as an acroname box, which is a USB splitter, and a little extender from Icron, which basically sends the USB signal over an Ethernet cable. You don't always need both. That's a little bit of a technical discussion, but it sort of depends on length and of wire. And then the controller here is the GC8. The GC8 is a USB connected device. Now there's a similarity between GC8 and TC10. And I don't know if you can see this, but otherwise during the break, the TC10 has a little, it looks like a button on top. It's not, it's a hole, a little, and the GC8 has a little thing at the bottom. Those are proximity sensors. Those are the things that will enable your room when you walk in to wake up your screen automatically. That works on Zoom, that works on Teams, that doesn't work on Google yet, but it will, hopefully, someday. So proximity sensors play an important part. Because again, a user that walks into a room, you and I, we're technicians, right? We worked with Polycom before. So we know we grab the remote control, shake it, and the system wakes up. The sales guy, he walks into the room and he calls IT and he goes, everything's black. Yeah, did you pick up the remote? Oh, no, I didn't. That was before. Today you walk in, little GC8 you have to touch. TC10 GC8 will just see you and say, hey, wake up. Ta-da, much, much better solution. So proximity sensors are on GC8 and TC10. And I'm thinking, did I cover everything? I think I did. But we'll go through the slides. Well, in fact, we'll go through the slides as well. For the MDR on Windows, maybe one last thing. Follow the updates. There's an interesting one coming. End of this month, the update, you will not see any difference. But you could, because with a simple setting change, you can change the appearance to the new one. I think we have screenshots of the new one. You're going to be blown away.
I was like, did you mention about the extender?
I did. So the Icron part, yes, I talked about it as a BYOD setup.
Okay.
The same Icron can be used to put the GC8 further away. If you use an Icron extender, instead of having a 10 or 20 meter fiber USB cable, you can go up to 100 meters using Cat5. Now, this is not a switched connection. This is a Cat5 leaving the GC8 and going straight to the MTR. So if you need to patch it in the patch room, you won't have 100 meters, you will have less. But it's technically, it works really, really good. It's a third-party extender. Icron is the brand we use. We could have OEM'd it so that it would say Poly, but that would make it more expensive to us and more expensive to customers. But you can buy it from Poly. That is really important. Usually Marx jumps up and goes and says that, but now I'll say it. So you can buy the Icrons from the Poly prices. Why would you do that? Well, it's probably a better price for you, but also if you have an issue and you call us, we'll actually help you. If you buy it yourself from Icron, we'll tell you, well, it's not our product. We can't really support you with it. Right? So buy it through the Poly, through the channel, through Contel, and that will be better.
Okay. So, since we interviewed of what we have today, since
situation where we are today. It will evolve, okay, and now I will cover what's coming very, very, very soon. It's not under NDA because it's public information. So, first thing, you remember Vincent explaining that we are moving from Android 8 to Android 10. Okay, so that comes with 4.0. We have received the information last night that it is GA. But what does it mean? Because that move from Android 8.1 to Android 4 is really a big change for the operating system. We can only do it on that direction. So from 3.14, which is Android 8, to 4.0, there is no rollback possible. So once you are on Android on 4.0, you can go back to 3.14. And this is very important. So because of that, we decided to first push the 4.0 to 1,000, I think, 1,000 users first. So
well,
they can
1,000 customers.
1,000 customers. So each customer may have, I hope, multiple devices. So for 2 weeks, they will be using it. Okay, and after that 2 weeks, we will push that into all the Lens tenants. Okay, we'll talk later about the Lens. So Lens is our management platform. So in 2 weeks from now, all customers that use Lens will have access to 4.0. And 2 weeks later, it will be available in the support site. So from the endpoint, you can just hit the update button and you will get it. Why we do that? Again, because there's no rollback. In the past, if you update from 3.12 to 3.13, you find some bug. Okay, no problem. Roll back to 3.11. We will provide you with a patch in 1 or 2 weeks. We can't do that now. Okay, this is just during the transition from Android 8 to Android 10. Once you are on 4.0, if you go to 4.1, you have a problem, you can roll back to 4.0. Okay, this is very important to know. Yeah. Okay, so what does it include? 4.0. I would say nothing new. So it's exactly the same feature that we have today on 3.14.2. Exactly the same feature. You won't have any new feature. It brings 2 things to the market. First is Android 10. Okay, great. And second, for Microsoft, is Teams application with update 3. You know, Teams is always updating its application. So the last one today is update 3, and this is embedded in the 4.0 image. Okay. And also we do support Google from 4.0. This is the 3 new things that comes with 4.0. For now, I will focus on the Teams application. Okay, so what I will show now is on the Teams application, no matter if you are on 4.0 or if you are on 3.14.2. Okay, so first is the room control on the screen. If you have a touch monitor, okay, you can use the touch monitor as a controller. So you can start a call, pushing the join button, you can push the button that you see over there. This is new. And you can also do it while it's connected to a TC8. In the past, you have to choose either TC8 or touch monitor. Okay. So how to enable that? Again, you will have access to the slides. So go to more settings, device settings, admin settings, settings, and then you just enable this. Okay, and then you will have buttons also appearing on the front. Don't do that if you don't have a touch monitor. Okay, because it doesn't make sense to have the button on. We also support whiteboards on Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Teams on Windows, they do support whiteboard, but only receiving whiteboard. So someone in the meeting room need to start the whiteboard from the laptop. MTR on Android, you can start the whiteboard from the Android devices. You need to enable it. Say, allow initiate whiteboard. Okay? Again, don't do that if you don't have a touch monitor, because user will hit the whiteboard button and then they will be, yeah, okay, we have whiteboard, but how can I draw on it if the screen is not touched? You can always add a mouse, but it's not the same experience, okay?
It's an interesting point. When you sell a Studio 8, do you sell a touch screen as well, on average? I can see someone nodding yes and someone saying, well, now you have a compelling reason for it, right? Because when you do, it becomes a whiteboard. It becomes sort of a simplified version of the Surface Hub, I would dare to say. So it's a really, really cool little feature, but you need a touch screen. Now, a few tips. If it's a Samsung screen, Samsung sells touch overlays. Who knew about those? Yeah. It's a piece of glass with a USB cable, basically, but it turns any screen into a touch screen for typically, I would say less than, let's say around, calculating 600 Polish, so around 150 euros, something like that. You get an overlay. It's not that expensive, and it really enables that screen. If that's too much, you can also buy these little boxes with a USB cable that you glue on the screen on top, and it comes with a pen so you can write on the screen. So there's a few very simple tricks to change a screen into a touch screen. But nowadays, touch screens are not that expensive anymore. And I'm sure the gentleman saying, yeah, we sell those, will agree. Selling a touch screen always is.
Also, that was for MTR on Android. MTR on Windows, there's also something new coming, is new UI screens. So what you see today is the actual UI screen. Okay, on page. Microsoft will develop a new one. If you look at this one, and if you look at the one on the left side, which is Android, you may feel it looks like, because it is Android. So Microsoft is really
working on getting the user adoption, the user experience at the same level. Now, funny enough, usually Android has to follow what MTR on Windows does. There's a new feature on Windows, it will come to Android. But in this case, the MTR on Windows guys said we need a new layout, and the Android one is pretty damn good. Let's copy it. So they copied it. Now, again, you will have an update end of this month of the MTR app. New layout will be in there, but it will not be visible for your customers. You need to tweak to do a little setting, which you can do as a partner. Well, depending on their skill level, they might be able to do it. But you need to tweak it to get to the new layout. And it's not just a new layout. By the way, that walk-on touch screen, so you get whiteboarding, that's coming to MTR on Windows as well. But another thing that has come here is, oh, go back. You can actually join a meeting via ID. So there's a button on there. Walk into the room and you say, oh, damn, I've been invited for a Zoom call. It's not a Teams call. Today, that will be an issue. You would need to forward the invite to the room and then hit the join button. Tomorrow, with a new layout, you can say join with the ID number, type in the number, done. Works like a charm, and it's very, very user-friendly. They didn't copy that from Android. They copied that from Zoom. That's how Zoom does it. So it works. And again, that's a good thing. It's a good thing. They learn from each other, and they elevate each other. So you have that join by ID button straight available right on this screen as well. There you go.
Those are some examples of what you can see. Okay. So, who is familiar with the Microsoft Teams management tool? Teams Admin Center, Teams you are?
Maybe let's touch licensing first.
Okay.
You want me to do that?
Yeah, you can do it.
It's important because management depends on the license, right? Who knows about Microsoft licenses? An MTR room needs a license. What kind of license would you need?
With the new licenses or the old licenses?
The Pro, that's good. I would advise customers to go with the new licenses, even if they have the old ones, because the new features are no longer coming to the old license. It's a horrible thing. I don't agree with it, but it is a thing. So if you have a basic or a premium license, the old school thing in an enterprise agreement, you will not get the new features. Now this is important, right? If you call me next week and you say, I installed an MTR, I don't see the join by ID button. Yes, what's the license? Or even better, does it say in a big purple band, you have a wrong license, you need a Pro license? Because that will tell you you need another license. So let's forget about basic and premium, standard and premium, and let's think about basic and Pro. Basic is great. If you go to a customer and you say, I want you to try an MTR room, they don't have a license, they don't need one. Just use a basic one, it's free. You can buy it in your tenant for €0. You can only buy 25. And it doesn't do anything special. There's no new layouts, there's not even dual screen. But if you want your customer to experience a meeting room that works on its own, you can do that without buying a license. And with only buying half an MTR with my first room setup. So you see where I'm going, right? If you have a customer that says, well, maybe that's interesting, you can say, hey, don't worry about the money, that's nothing, that's like cheap as hell. We give it to you half the price, Microsoft says nothing. But if you do add a Pro license, you get more licenses. More features, things like front row. Who knows what front row is? Yes. What is a word that you associate with front row? It is a layout. It is just the way it looks. But it is also damn good. Because when you're in a front row room and I work from home, I can raise my hand and you will see it. I can type a question in the chat and you will see it in the room. I will be included in the room. I will be part of the meeting much, much more. So front row is important, only available with a Pro license. Of course, they know what they're doing, right? Now, Pro license also gives you more behind the screens. And that's where Zach was going to talk about next. The management of the room, right? There's a number of ways to manage the room. Who knows PolyLens? Good. Well, that's the most hands I've seen today. That's great. Hauker is here today to talk about PolyLens and to tell you what's new, what's coming, and stuff like that. Today, PolyLens allows you to manage the Studio X. Tomorrow, and when I say tomorrow, I mean really, really soon, you'll be able to manage the MTRs on Windows as well, through Lens. So we're developing a client for that, and it's coming. It's almost done. Really. By the way, it's not developed, but it's bug fixed right here in Warsaw. So the team that does that is here in Warsaw working on it. Well, that would be nice for you. Right? So I'm not saying it's in Polish, but maybe it is. Anyway, that's coming. So Lens allows you to manage these devices, but not the applications. Whatever you see inside the applications is managed from Microsoft. And that can be done today through the Teams Admin Center. Somewhat. But with a Pro license, you have access to a new portal, which I think is your next slide. Right? Yeah, this one. So shoot, he knows the portal better than I do.
So once you go to the portal, this is the portal, you have all options there. So you can see your incident if there is something wrong going there. So there's an integration with ServiceNow also. There's a lot of things that you can do. So first, you also get some insights from your room, how it is used, how often it is used, etc. You can also push some policies, doing some control of the room. firmware update, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so this is meant to become the main management platform for Microsoft Teams, Room. It's not, it is new, but it's not really new. So it was launched, I think, somewhere end of last year.
And it's down today, by the way. Just saying, we all know
It's down today. So I tried to log on my portal so I can show you live, but it's down. So once you log on that portal, you land to that page. This is the home page. Okay. Usually, and I think you have experience with Microsoft Teams. Usually, as a technician, we never read what is there. Okay, we go directly to what we are willing to do. This is important to read because look here. So, as of February the 9th, NPR on Android are also supported on that platform. Okay, so before February the 9th, we need to have two platforms, one for Android and one for NPR on Windows. This is a great advancement for us. You still cannot do everything on Android that what you can do on Windows. There is still a small gap that Microsoft is working to cover to fill that gap. Okay. So
now, what's the one thing you need to manage a device from Microsoft tools? What is the one thing this device must have so that you are capable of managing it from the internet? I gave you a tip there. It needs to be connected to the internet. Now, 90% of our customers like that. You plug it in, it works. 10% of those customers, not at all like that, right? It's like a bloody nightmare. They have certificates, they have 802.1x, they have proxies, for God's sake. They still exist. Microsoft has guidelines about that. They say, well, you shouldn't use a proxy. Well, thank you, but tell that to Toyota worldwide. It doesn't work, right? They say, no, we want to use proxy. So technically, you can. But in order to configure the devices to reach internet, there is one tool that's very valuable, and that is Lens. Lens can do those certificates. Lens can do the proxy settings with packed files and everything else on those devices. So you deploy devices, Lens will be very active so they can reach internet, and then Lens will say, okay, they're managed by Microsoft now. I don't have to do anything anymore. But still, use Lens. By the way, it's free of charge, right? You don't have to pay to use Lens. So why not just log the devices? I'll give you one example. Studio X. Do you know how many Microsoft applications run on that? There's a Teams app, right? Obviously. There's two more. There's something called the company portal. That's important for Intune. We don't care. And there's something called the Teams admin agent, which we don't know. I don't think you even know that. But maybe you do. Anyway, it's a little application that basically communicates between the device and the Teams admin center. Now, a little trip back in time, we launched version 3.9.0, a new firmware. Microsoft pushed it through the TAC. Something was wrong with the Teams admin agent, resulting in all your devices in the Teams admin center appeared offline. So I had a customer call me. This is a bank. He goes, I have 120 devices spread over 8 countries, 30 different locations. I called Microsoft and they tell me, yes, we know about it. There is a fix on the Poly website, a new firmware. Download it, put it on a USB stick, plug it in the device, 10 minutes later it's fixed. So he calls me and he says, they really expect me to travel to 30 locations in 8 countries, 120 devices. They can't ask me to do that. So I said, well, we sold you this like 3 years ago, right? Yes. I told you about Lens. Yes. Did you log your devices on Lens? Yes. I never used it, but I did. Well, now's the time to use it. 10 minutes later, all his devices were upgraded and online again intact. Lens is a very good first step and a very good safety net. In between, it doesn't really add value if you're just into management. But if you want to know how much the room is used, how much people are in the room, and all that, that's where it adds a ton of value, and that's what Hauke will explain to you as well. Anyway, I'm just following on.
So,
No, go ahead.
so there are some certification from Microsoft that we think it's important for you to have.
Anyone in the room certified on Microsoft?
No?
Anyone? Oh, good.
And quality, of course.
No, he's not.
Wow.
No, but we are. Well, Zach and I are. Yes, but Nicky is not. But he's certified on Zoom.
So why we think it's important for you? Because first, passing the certification, you will learn a lot about Microsoft. That's first thing. Second thing, if you come to a customer with that certification, because it's a recognized certification, it's an official certification. Okay. So if you go to your customer and say, okay, I am Microsoft certified on Teams, on Office 360, etc., 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 he will feel more confident with you. He will feel more, he will trust you more. Okay? It's really necessary for you.
Who has ever had a situation where you install a Studio X and the agenda doesn't work? Nobody? Oh, good. Who has ever seen that you install a Studio X and the Teams logon doesn't work? It just doesn't log on to Teams. And then the discussion starts with the customer. This must be a Teams thing. No, it's not. It must be a Poly thing. And then you show him, you say, look, it logs on to my account. So it must be a Teams thing. And the customer goes, no, it must be a Poly thing. And then you call us and we can't help you because it's a Microsoft thing. When you're Microsoft certified, that discussion changes. You can say, look, this is where you're wrong. This is what needs to be different. And he will tell you, like they tell us, will you change that for me? No, I will not touch your environment unless you pay me to. But I will not. But you know what to ask your Microsoft guys. And that is where a certificate really, really helps. Furthermore, it's free, right? So, and it's fun. And it's, yeah, there's a
If you like it, it's fun. Okay.
So, so how to you can connect to that site, so aka.ns/learn.
We suggest we advise you to use your own account. Don't use your company account. Use your own Outlook.com, Live, or Hotmail.com account. Why? Because in that case, the certification will be linked to you, to your profile. If tomorrow you decided to change the company, to leave the company, or to create your own company, you will keep that certification. If you use your company email address, certification will stay with your company. Okay, so
Going to use your own Microsoft account. Select certification on that portal.
and find what you are interested in. There is a filter on top of it. You can choose Microsoft Teams, Microsoft Office 360, Microsoft 365, security, Azure, whatever you want. So just choose
The path that is interesting you,
and then follow the training. It's free, as Vincent has said. Okay, it's built with modules. So don't be afraid if you see a certification and it's written 8 hours or 12 hours. It's modules, so you can do 1, 2 modules at a time. Leave it for the next pause or for the next day and follow the next module.
It's great on a Sunday, except when you're married, and it's not good on a Sunday. But it's a fun thing to do.
So once you've done the certification, you can enroll for an exam. So the exam is managed by a certified organization. Okay? So I don't know which certificate organization are in Poland, but
It's Pearson View worldwide.
Pearson View or Global Knowledge. Okay? So you can either pass the certification home, but in that case, they will ask you to turn on your camera to film the room where you are, to be sure that you are alone. There is no other screens, there is no other camera.
So,
And they ask us that, right? Who has seen me in a video call ever? Nobody?
Nobody?
In my room, I counted them once, and my wife said, well, I don't want to go in there. There are cameras everywhere. There's about 30 cameras looking at me. And the lady goes, can you show me your room? Because you can't have another camera or another screen. Well, that's got to be a problem. So I show her my room. She says, you can't do that. So now I just drive to an exam center.
So you can also drive to the exam center and pass the exam over there. Another advice that we can give you is to buy a test exam. So this is kind of simulation of the exam. So you are in the situation of an exam, okay, with a timer, with question randomly asked. That helps really. I use that for my last certification, and that really helps because you know what type of question, how would they ask question? Because sometimes the way they ask, even if you are not native English speaker like I'm not, it's important. So you have the feeling of the exam, so you are ready for the exam. I think it's the success rate of people who have buy this is around 80% of success. I think.
So if you buy the test exam, do it a few times, you'll be amazed. Like one of the questions in the M365 fundamentals, which we think is about technology, right? And all of a sudden it goes, company A needs to renew their licenses. Which options do they have? They can pay by credit card, they buy transfer, they buy Bitcoin, there's like 5 or 6 options, and you have to click multiple. And you're there like, what? Wasn't expecting this. So not only does a test exam tell you that these questions are coming as well, but it will also tell you the correct answer, which is really, really cool. You gotta know that any exam of Microsoft, you get about 100 questions out of a pool of 1,000. So there's a 1 in 10 chance that you get the same question again. And the test exam has all of them. So spend a little bit of time and you're certain to pass. The exam itself costs a bit. In our case, we can expense that to the company because it's really valuable to the company as well. If you hold a certificate, I think you need 2 certificates in a company to pass from silver to bronze or from bronze to silver stages, which 4 you go to a gold status depending on the revenue. So it's important for you as a partner that there's certificates in your company. They can be yours. Anyway, we have a little bit of advice about the exams that we like and that are useful for our job. There's the M900 there, MS900, that's sort of the basic. That covers Microsoft 365 at a rather low level. A sales guy, if he's committed, could pass it. We technical guys with a very little bit of study, we can pass it easily. SC900, now that's a different story. You got to be committed to do that one. Actually, I just failed. I'll do it again. Then there's MS700 and MS721. 721 is if you go into voice with Teams. I would advise that. 700 is just fun to do. And if you really like it, here's another list of exams. Azure Fundamentals, Power Platform, really fun to do. Power BI and stuff. AI fundamentals is great. You get to make little apps that will recognize what's on your pictures and stuff like that. Really fun. And then, well, MB910 is about Dynamics 365. Doesn't interest me, but it might interest you guys. So I did it. There's tons more, by the way. There's like thousands of exams. This is just our top 8. Let's say it like that, right? No, it's not the last slide. First of all, there's questions. Look the slide. This is a fun slide. I love the slide. So any questions, we're here to answer. But also, well, it's a bit of a workshop environment. So we want to get you through the devices as well. But we'll do a coffee break first. We've been around for, are we allowed to just throw in a coffee break? We are, absolutely.
Okay.
This is your session.
Up until 12 o'clock. Oh, you're not. So let's do a coffee break, 5-10 minutes. I know there's a queue for the coffee machine, so maybe 10 minutes. And then during the break, if you have questions, feel free to ask. We're here to answer.
No tak. No tak. Nie, no tak, będzie 7500. Był widziałem z Grecji. Nie wiem, nie było. On zbadał, że mieliśmy z nim spotkania, przyjechał nam zaprezentować kamery, jakieś pierdoły, głównie kamery, zajebiste niektóre są. Te śledzenie, że jest kurde ceny spoko. Ta kamera z wszystkimi kamerami tam 6500 zł brutto. Takie takie cele. To wszystko miałem, że śledzenie wiesz. Także pamiętam, będziemy trochę ładować do ofert. Oli też spoko. Tam to jest pewno, że patrzymy na mówię, jak tak patrzymy na ten właśnie z Mateuszem gadałem
Zgadzam się, zależy gdzie idziesz. Nie jest jakiś premium klientów.
tak, ale taki wiesz, temat gdzie ci wiadomo, że jakiś kontent. Można tealią ładować tą Grecy i wygląda to tak samo. To jest nasz player. No, ja mamy ten 6 minut, możemy się przenieść. Tam uniwers też może
Because that would be very handy to know.
Why?
Yeah.
No dobra, ale to wiesz co, szli na maila informacje. No, super,
One block, small block.
Yeah, so I have it here.
But now power supply.
Oh, cable on it.
What like everything.
Yeah, this is actually really advice to you. Actually, you want to press on this. That's easy.
Why is it for like a stable? Another interesting option, we also often use 70 big cameras, but need to steer it with, for example, use matrix microphones for MXR, etc., etc., and we can synthesis camera. Can we steer camera, for example, in 70 from scene? Previously, we do like presets in a. No, I don't know about Poly. We do in our camera. We make 8 presets.
This one, I don't think API are yet available. But because the camera, you can just set the camera as speaker tracking. So, so once someone speaks there,
I understand. It works. But for example, when you can we use for example presets for
there are presets. I'm not sure if you can control presets. That's why I said you should put the camera on speaker tracking. It's not really a preset.
sometimes it works not.
So what you can do,
Not fast, not really fast.
Oh yes. Oh yes. We continue. Hello, coffee machine. Louder. I can't go louder. Yes. Some people are still queuing for coffee, so. And they broke the machine, I think. It's blinking red. Bah, Nick vient nous joindre aussi. On va faire un peu on va un peu jouer avec le système. Nick, on va faire écho, là, je sais, Zoom. It's also on the other. Oh, it's called voice team. Hello, voice team as well. So we're gonna have to hunt people down a little bit as well. Okay. Welcome. Has everybody got their coffee? We're ready to start? There was a question, actually, we should remember. A question about this. April coming in April. So since some people need a longer break, I'll give you some extra information about these little headsets. Is that okay? Not interesting for you? So this is the first time that Poly actually builds earbuds, right? The little things that go into your ear. And as I said, even though there's a low cost and a less low cost model, the earbuds are identical. So the features are identical. The reason I hammer on that is because when you buy Apple AirPods or AirPods Pro, with the Pro you get noise cancelling. We have noise cancelling with the cheap ones as well. See, it's working. Lowering their volume. They'll be joining us very soon. Now let's focus on the case real quick. Both cases charge with USB-C or wireless. Put them on a wireless charger and they charge, which I love. In the meeting, I always try to put them on a Samsung phone, drain their battery and charge my headset. Very cool. But the earbuds themselves, they allow you to speak almost 6 hours, 5.5 hours. So that covers quite a bit of time. And if you drop them in the box, up to 3 times the box will charge the headset again. So you're good for like 2 days of working without charging. And if you see someone with a Samsung, put it on top of it and it will charge it, or any wireless charger. Now, like has been said, this box also comes with a special cable that allows you to use those earpods in an airplane. This one does not. So if you're a lot on an airplane, this is great. I like using my earbuds and being able to walk to the toilet without, the wire sticking and stuff like that. The little display shows me the battery status, but also allows me to toggle noise cancelling on and off. Not just on and off. I can choose between off, on, or adaptive. Adaptive, it will adapt to the level of noise in the room. Much noise cancelling. Less noise cancelling. And both in adaptive and in the standard setting, I can choose whether I want to hear nothing at all, everything except the engines and the annoying sounds, or only the voices. So when I'm in the office, I can say I want to rule everything out. But if somebody talks to me, I don't want to hear. The way we do that is because, sorry, there's about 7 microphones in here. Some are listening to the outside, some are listening to the inside. Sorry. Another big difference, the dongle, the little dongle you need for the PC is in the box, the expensive model. It's not with the cheap model. You do get a dongle though, but the box comes in another box, which has the dongle inside and other ear tip sizes, so you can change the ear size as well. So it's a box in the box. And this comes in a box. So if you want to give something for Christmas to somebody, this is very nice because they have to open and open and open again. Now, availability, these headsets will come in the March price list this month. They're available today in the US. Well, today, March 13th, they're going to be launched in the US. March 30th is when we start shipping them in EMEA. I don't know why we're slower than the US. I don't. But that happens. So end of the month, they start shipping. And they're in bloody high demand. I mean, everybody wants these. I don't know who these are. So those earbuds are quite a nice little feature, and I'm kind of hoping that we now pass all the time. So the people that are still in break can join again. I won't repeat that for the earbuds. They just didn't hear it. You know more than they do. You can sell more than they do.
Use the microphone.
No, because the microphone goes in the other room as well.
Also for here, right? Also here.
I can do that. You want to see how they're coming? I'll do that. People still in break, shall we continue? Hello.
See, it helps.
It does. Wait for Hunker, he's coming. Here we go. Oh, it is fixed. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. All right.
So we'll be joined for this next part with Nicky. Nicky is a Zoom guy, but Zoom allows you to connect to Teams, and Teams allows you to connect to Zoom. So when we show stuff, it's always useful to have the Zoom guy in the room as well. So we can show, and he can say, hey, Zoom does this better, right? And sometimes I can say, hey, Teams does this better. Well, and sometimes he makes silly jokes. That's Nicky. So forgive him for that. I'll hide the mic again. I don't want the advantage of the voice. But I put this slide back on. Anybody has a question? Don't be shy. Throw it out. If you don't want to speak English, say it in Polish, and hopefully somebody will translate.
We'll translate.
Oh, there you go. That guy, by the way, who knows David?
Yep.
He's amazing. He speaks like every language in the book. I talk Dutch to Nicky, he joins in. I talk French to Zach, he joins in. It's like, what's going on? Yes, luckily. So, any questions? If you don't have questions, I'll give you questions. Questions I get a lot. Like the first one is, hey, what are the differences in specs between the HP PC and the previous Lenovo PC and our PC? So we have a slide on that to answer that. And I'll put it on here, but I gave you the important part, right? It's a new generation i7, not an i5 anymore. It's 16 gigs, not 8 gigs. We have a little bit more, well, not always more, depending on which PC you compare to. USB ports. USB ports, you can never have enough. We learned that. Right? You can never. There's always something that needs to plug in or charge. Now, these are the 3 devices we're shipping today, and they all have Windows 10 IoT. That's because Microsoft decided MTR run on Windows 10 IoT. They will upgrade. I give you that. Microsoft told me they will go to Windows 11 IoT. Now, who knows Windows 10 IoT or Windows IoT in general? That's the operating system that they use in stuff like an ATM machine, or a scanner, a CT scanner in a hospital, devices that have a very focused use. They only do one thing, and they must do it well. So it needs to be extremely stable, and it needs to be, well, not good at multitasking. Multitasking doesn't matter, it's just there's a hand coming out of the door. Anyway. So Windows 10 IoT is a good choice, also from a security perspective. Windows 10 IoT is secure, just like any other Windows 10, but the Teams client doesn't run on Windows 10. It runs on a very small Hyper-V that runs on that Windows 10 machine. So you have Windows 10 and you have a virtual machine, and in there is where the Teams stuff happens. So if anyone were to hack, to break into that Windows 10 IoT machine, you need skills to do that. But even if you do, you wouldn't reach the Teams. You wouldn't be able to hear what's being said or see what's being shown. You wouldn't, because then you need to break into Hyper-V, then you need to break into Teams, and then everything is still encrypted. Thank you. So anyway, different models, but they all run Windows 10 IoT. Like I said, there's a new version of the operating system pretty much every 6 months. Right? We went from 1903 to, I don't know where the numbers come from, by the way. 1903 to 1909 to 20H2 to 21H1 and now 21H2. Now those are obvious. Those are a year and a half of the year, but 1903, I don't think they had Windows 10 in 1903. Anyway, different models. You get the slide deck. You get to compare the different levels.
Isn't it March 2019, maybe?
Maybe, yeah, it could be.
Just a guess, I don't know.
It could be, but afterwards they said H1, H2.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Nicky.
There you go.
Zoom guy knows. There you go.
I don't know, it was just a guess, so I don't know Microsoft Windows licensing and stuff.
I don't have slides for other questions, but another question I get quite often is people with Studio X, and you might recognize this. You go to a customer, you set up, you connect the TCA to network, you connect the device to network, and they don't work together. Somehow, The Studio X seems to connect to Teams or to Zoom or whatever, but the TCA doesn't seem to connect to the device. Now, 9 out of 10, you have a network issue. You need to check the network. Now, here's what I do when I visit customers. I have this very small 4-port little PoE switch in my backpack. It's about this big. It has 4 Ethernet ports. So what I do is I take the cable, the main cable, plug it into my switch, and then the cable to the device and to the TCA. That always works, never fails. But then if I switch to customer network and it doesn't work, it's a very good way to tell the IT guys, hey, let's focus on your network for a minute. Something is wrong. It needs to be the same subnet, which means it needs to be on the same VLAN. And sometimes that just goes wrong. I'm just giving you these things so that when you visit a customer and you face this issue, you can say, hey, I know what that is. Now, what you need to understand is there's a hardware connection. The TCA will link itself to the Studio X. They will work together. And then if it's in Teams mode, both devices will run a Teams application. Now, even though they're linked together on the hardware, on a poly-OS level, the Teams applications don't know they belong together. So you need to sign in on both of them. And then you need to link them using a digit code which is on the screen. It's a 3-step thing. I would advise you to always take a mouse or a mouse and a keyboard with you with a little dongle. It's possible without, certainly if you have a touchscreen, but it's annoying. Right? It's easy if you have room1@abc.com, that's easy, but usually you don't. So sometimes you have Geraldine.vanderschuren at start doing that with the mouse. Good luck. By the way, that's a real name. That's my doctor is called pity her. It's like a very long name. So that link is really important. And once you have it, both apps will sign into Teams and will make a connection up there in the cloud. That's how the Teams app works. Zoom works slightly different. That connection is staying local.
So, sort of. It does a bit of the same like you're saying. So if you pair it with the Studio X, they automatically get paired also on the Zoom side. So this room knows that it's paired with a TC8 or a TC10, and they automatically fill in the pairing key. Because if you don't have that connection, you need to fill in the pairing key on the controller you have. Because you can also do it via a controller which is standalone, so to say, or any other type of Zoom room controller which is not a poly one. I would not advise that, but you can. You can locally sign in on these devices with the sign-in code, activation key, whatever. If it's a Zoom room controller, you can sign in on the device. That's basically what we do in the TC10. TC10, when you get it out of the box, it will guide you through a wizard. It asks you for, do you want to pair it with a poly-OS device, Studio X or GZ500, or do you want to use it as a standalone device? And at this moment, it's the only way you can do standalone device is with Zoom. So because Zoom supports that signing in with basically any Zoom room. That's also how you, for example, to have a scheduling display. You sign it in with as a standalone device and basically put it on the wall, sign in with an activation code, which you get from the Zoom device management portal, and there you go. That's it.
Remember, end of month it will work on Teams as well. That certification is coming, so we'll have Zoom and Teams again. A little bit more side by side for a few weeks probably, but one of them will jump.
We designed the TC10 to be, we support a lot of platforms. I think it's 7 now. We try to get them all on board, right? And if you choose that standalone device, we want to make sure you get all of the applications on there, which we can. But yeah, some of them don't provide that sign in locally or sign in directly to the cloud, and some do.
So let's talk a little bit more about platforms we support, right? On the Studio X, you have, of course, Zoom, you have Teams, and you have Google now. Those are the major ecosystems. The next one I will talk about is Tencent. Who knows Tencent? Good. It's also the biggest collaboration platform in the world. It's bigger than Teams, it's bigger than Zoom, but it's all Chinese, so we don't understand properly. But it runs on our devices. They say we want to find on our device as well. We also have Blue machines we have? What am I forgetting here?
Dial pads, log me
that's
in.
it. So then there's the smaller ones, which we support as well. Why is that important? Because some of your customers will ask for a backup. Will say, what if? I'll give you an example. Take a law firm, right? Those guys, lawyers, they're billed by the hour. If they have a meeting with you, a video call, a 2-hour call, that's like a 500 euros coming in. If for some reason they can't do the call, they lose money. So they say, we want to have a backup. Well, these devices allow you to have a backup, especially with Google now. Google is available, it's not expensive, so it's very easy for an IT guy to go, hey, okay, normally it's Teams, let's switch to Google for the next 5 hours so they can have their call. It's quite an easy process, and sometimes it's asked. Now, this is an exception. Not every customer cares about backup. Microsoft 365, who uses Microsoft 365 here? Teams and stuff. Really?
Word, PowerPoint.
Yes, whatever you use Windows, okay? So last year, you couldn't use it for like a few hours. Remember that? When I worked at Microsoft, we always joked. We said it's Microsoft 365, but in fact it's 365.
Last month.
One day a year.
Last month it's happened now.
Yeah, exactly. So last, well, yeah.
Oh, you said last year. It's
In the current year. He's very good to have in the room and also very annoying. So
I tell the
anyway,
truth, man. I tell the truth.
You do. You do. Definitely. By the way, Nicky is a huge Feyenoord football fan, and apparently
Yeah, I
playing
think
here on Thursday.
Oh, well, yeah. I guess Shakhtar Donetsk. I just learned it, and before checking out my flights, and I screwed up on that. So I should have flown Friday morning. But,
Next question. A thing I see a lot is customers calling me, partners calling me, saying, "Hey, I put up a TC8, I put up a Studio X, but when I sign in, I get this white screen with a blue bar saying signing into Windows, and it stays on. It doesn't continue. What's going on? Anyone knows what's going on? Yes, you would. Intune is what's going on. So who knows what Intune is? Or Endpoint Manager? Yeah, few hands. Good. So it's basically a system where Microsoft says, hey, we can manage your mobile devices or any devices and even manage applications. So basically, imagine you buy a new mobile phone, you link it to your Office platform. If Intune is configured, it will go, whoa, this is a new phone. I want to make sure it's secure. So does it have the right 6-digit PIN code? Does it have the right security? Does it have the right application? It will check all that. Does it need a software update? It will check all that. And if everything is fine, it will say, okay, now you have access to everything else. Now, Intune can be used for these devices as well. These devices run, what operating system do they run? Yes, thank you. Trying to get a bit of, it's a workshop, you know, so you've got to do a little bit. Android. What else runs Android? Mobile phones. This is not a mobile phone. But a lot of IT departments don't understand that. They go, it's Android, we have an Android policy. Yes, and the first thing that policy will say is, do you have a 6-digit PIN code? No, I don't. I'm a room system. I don't have a 6-digit PIN code. Is your password secure? No, it's not. So it's a really annoying conversation that will end up with a device not logging in. Intune saying, you don't get access. So even though it's Android, they need to make a separate policy for those devices. A policy in which they say, okay, if it says Polly in the name, we trust it if it has an Android version 8.1. Right? If you have set that setting, remember before you upgrade to 10, because your devices will stop working. You need to update the Intune card as well. Say that it's now Android 10. That's a little change they have to make, and they will forget, and they will call you and say, we have a problem with our devices. Yes, it's not with the devices, it's with Intune. The number of times I was able to answer that is astonishing. So Intune, really important and very easily identifiable. If you have that white screen with the blue bar that says company portal logging in and that just stays on there, That's the one. That's an Intune problem, guaranteed. Easiest way to prove that to the customer, really prove it. I mean, you can say, hey, I'm logging into my account and it works, so everything works. Customers don't buy that. They want to see it on their account. So the easiest way is to tell them, okay, do me a favor, the policy for Android, just bypass it for like 5 minutes. It's one slider. They say policy off, everything works. Ta-da, policy on, it stops working. Now we know where the problem is. Very easy. And then they have to fix it because you're not the Microsoft partner. Or if you are. Intune should be one of those bells in your head. Right? We had a few now, network and Intune. Those are two things that are most important. By the way, I always troubleshoot using something that I used to hate, the Aussie model. Who knows the Aussie model?
ISO Aussie model w sieciówce, kojarzycie?
Yeah, that will be everybody, right? The 8 layers, etc. That's not my trick.
Political. It's
8 is the political layer.
yeah. Well, it's 7, but
Should be 7,
8
yeah.
is political.
It's 8, but there's a layer 0, which is you. Anyway. So
Then there's 9, because there's also a
Material.
political layer.
there you
The joke starting.
My joke is Carl Weezy's joke.
Okay, should be 8.
I always start with layer 0. Is the cable connected? Is the network function? You laugh, but I used to do telephony, and when the central was down, the first question was, is it plugged into 220? And if they said yes, the second question was, plug it out and put in a vacuum cleaner or something you know will work. Does it work? No. Oh, well, look at that. So quite often, layer 0 is the guilty part. Check layer 0, build up from there. Intune would be layer 1, right? Cable is good, connection is, well, layer 2. Connection is good. Third level is, well, why is it not allowed on the network? Intune, really. Now, enough said. Let's build some calls, right? Let's use these systems. Now, this is, I can switch this, right? To
Yeah, source and then HDMI.
Oh, there.
It's on the left. Shall I do it?
Yeah, whatever.
Layer 0.
Nicky, people, this is what we hired you for.
To use the remote control, yeah, absolutely. That's my main purpose.
So we have a number of meeting in 5s here. You can see there's Teams meetings, there's Zoom meetings in there as well. Why? Because those devices allow cross use. So a Zoom room allows you to dial into a Teams meeting. A Teams meeting allows you to dial into a Zoom meeting. The little trick they use for that is something called WebRTC. Now, if you're invited for a call, a Teams call, when you click on I want to join the meeting, you get a little web browser. It says, am I allowed to open your Teams? If you say no, it will open in the web browser using WebRTC, real-time communication in the web. That is exactly what our devices are doing. If you hit, let's dial into a Zoom meeting, for instance. The 11 o'clock one?
Yeah, sure.
There we go. So this device is dialing in. Let me just kill the microphone. There we go. Lower the volume. So one device, this is the X30?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. This is dialed in. We can add a second one.
Yeah, let's do the G7500, 11
This is the
o'clock.
G75, which will join as well. And then we're adding the Teams rooms as well.
On this one, we're now using the Studio R30. Let me add some mutes.
Now, notice how you enter the room and hit the join button. Well, on the TC8, you'll see the same meeting, the same name, and the same join button. We just click it, done, we're in the call. Usually, we're in the call, and sometimes we get a bug that WebRTC wants us to sign in again. So that's something we need to figure out. But on the MTR on Windows, it does work, so thank God. This is proof that it's live demo, people. Every live demo, something goes wrong. You know that, you're all technicians, and these are the demo guys. Hey, yeah, this is mine. So we're all joined in a Zoom call, regardless of which device we used. It's possible from MTR on Windows, it's possible from MTR on Android. kind of funny because I did sign in earlier.
Yep, you did. You also remembered. You clicked the number.
I notice a difference. This is a typical Zoom layout because it's a Zoom room. It uses a Zoom application to dial into the Zoom meeting. If you look at the far right, and I'm sorry for all of your nets, you're like moving around. This is a Teams call. This interface should look really familiar. It's like what you have on your PC. It's like the web interface of Zoom. In fact, if this were a touchscreen, I could use those buttons. And because that is quite often not a touchscreen, we added a little feature on the GCA on the bottom left. Right now I can see the meeting name and everything, but if I click on that little slider, I get a duplication of the big screen. So then I can say, hey, I want to see the chat as well. I can open that up on the big screen. So it's quite intuitive. It works really well, but it's not a default app. It is a manual app. Streaming guys are going crazy following us with cameras. Wasn't there a box or something we had to So we just join the Zoom call and we have all those features. We can do it the other way around. So if I close these calls and I join the Teams call instead, which is the 1 o'clock one?
Yeah, fine.
So joining that one on multiple devices,
Don't forget to mute, yes.
muting the mics.
I'm going to take over a little bit.
Yes.
Because what we're going to show here on the Zoom room side, Zoom has got the capability of, when you have a Zoom room, you can dial into SIP or H223 or do webcast, direct guest join. So I've got this one configured to prioritize SIP-based dialing. And because we have a Teams meeting with CVI, Cloud Video Interoperability, in our case it's RealConnect. So this one will actually dial into using RealConnect. I'm going to show that right now. Just a second, Vincent. Oh no, of course, yeah, you're way faster than me. First do this.
Okay, I'll leave it to be.
Set, I take over.
I'm going to get a drink.
So this is going to be the Teams meeting. So I can just press the join button, and what you will see here, that is dialing a SIP string, so dial string. You'll see that here, call SIP H223, and what you will see, it's going to join the RealConnect bridge. So this is dialing into the Teams call using Poly RealConnect. I will mute the microphones, because otherwise we get a nice echo. The thing what we see here is that it's still in that Zoom room experience. So you can do everything on the Zoom side what you used to. Share content, you can set up multiple cameras. It's actually one of the demos I'm going to steal now for myself for the later session, but I've got here a Studio R30. You can have up to 3 cameras simultaneously streamed into a Zoom room, into a Zoom meeting. And basically what we're doing now, joining the Teams meeting, but using Zoom room experience, I can go up to 3 cameras. So I've got an E70 connected over here. I'm going to add that one. So I'm going to select here, switch camera. I can switch the camera, but I can also do multi-camera mode. And press this one. I enable the Studio E70, this device, and stream that into the Microsoft Teams meeting. And we have got the layout options over here, which I'm going to.
By the way, multiple camera is coming to Teams as well. But it's not there yet. It's one of those things where Teams was first. Zoom was first, sorry. And we're trying to catch up.
Yeah. So now we're streaming 2 cameras from one codec system, one Zoom room, into that Microsoft Teams meeting. So great for a presentation, because Vincent's doing a presentation. You want to make sure he's being seen, but also the audience over here. So you want to see the audience participation, but also Vincent as the main presenter.
Want me to talk? The camera should find me when I start talking, right? It's actually seeing me. I can see myself on the far screen.
So we can also enable people framing, for example. So let's switch for a second. Just a second. This. There we go. So now we have. I'm not sure if this works because the E70 has got a 120 degrees field of view. So we'll see if it works, if it captures things.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, plus some other people because there's a lot of people here. But people framing is basically up to 6 participants normally. But we're
a bigger room, even a picture.
Then
So-
you get a mirror.
Yeah. So that is the Zoom room dialed into the Teams meeting via SIP or 802.3, if you fancy. The externally, I've configured that one, and you can do everything on, like I mentioned this, on Zoom device management. So on the portal of Zoom, you can prioritize SIP or prioritize direct guest join. I configured this one to be direct guest join. So what you will see here, if I join this button, press this button, it will load up the Microsoft Teams application. What you will see on the controller side, it still captures the same kind of interface like Zoom is used to. So from a user perspective, you've got the same kind of mute button, start video button, etc. Press the mute button really fast, and it's done.
While he does that, David raised a very interesting point. I don't know if you heard that, but when we played around with the camera, he said, it's catching me in the mirror. Right? A mirror in a meeting room, not a good idea. Right? It duplicates faces. But the reason I tell you this is because that is another thing that really often occurs to us. People calling saying, hey, we sold the Studio X50, but the sound is not really what we expect from it. We added an external microphone and now it's better. Right? Cool. Why is it better? Because the room sucks. I'm sorry for using that word. But there's too much reverberance, too much noise in the room, too much bouncing back and forth of voices for the microphones to work. And the table mic, well, it's much less sensitive. So that might work better. But what the customer should focus on is how to make that room better. How to add acoustic furniture, acoustic tools, sometimes a lamp, a plant, something on the wall, not a mirror, but make the room video enabled. And it's something quite a lot of our customers forget. And I'm actually counting on you as partners to tell your customers that, to go, hey, nice, you bought a video system, but you need to do something more. I'm just throwing that in there while you were.
Yeah, no, it's on. So you see here what I mean with the same user experience. If you look at this one, and if you look at this one, it has got the same kind of user interface from a Zoom perspective. This one has all of the functionality from a Zoom room because it's basically in a Zoom call, basically. This one has got the user experience of a Zoom room. However, it's got the same user interface. So you got the mute button, video button, like you see on there. Even has got a share content. However, what it says, share content, please dial into the Teams meeting to share content over there. But it provides its user perspective. I want to share content. How should I do that? It's right here. One thing which Zoom launched quite recently is also the camera control. So into this Teams meeting with the X30, you can have the camera control basically set up for speaker focus or again auto framing. So basically frame the group or do manual presets. That's available on this one, but also in the G7500. So it's can be really interesting.
Now you could think this is Zoom and that is Teams, and those are two different worlds on similar devices. Why can't we switch from one to the other? Can I ask who in the room does also yelling devices? I know it's going to be a lot, so don't be shy, just raise your hand. Right? The latest A20 software allows you to switch from Teams to Zoom and back. Technically, we can very easily do that. Politically, is another topic because Microsoft doesn't want us to do that and Zoom doesn't want us to do that. So it's a little
Zoom
bit
is a little bit easier.
A little
we already got approval from Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
sure.
You know, Microsoft is an annoying part.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure whether Yelling will be allowed to continue doing that, but if they are, we'll be allowed to.
You know what they do? They just move the option to the web page. I mean, if you took the device from the box, there is no option to change the provider. But there is one tick on the website on the settings that you can turn this feature on.
Yes, and
they thought that this is how we take this regular requirement from Microsoft to not doing this.
Great. And I'm perfectly happy with it. In fact, I hope they're allowed to do it because then we're allowed to do it. But right now it's a little bit of a mystery, but know that our devices can technically do it. I think That's really important one. And not just between Zoom and Teams. We can have Google Chat, we can have etc., etc. But it's a little bit, I got the question yesterday saying, hey, I have a video here on my yelling device. And I was like, that's good. Not possible. Technically, perfectly possible. Sorry, I interrupted.
No.
Again.
I'm done here. So.
Oh, you're not.
Sure, we want to do anymore. So.
On the game. Yes.
But Google is only no. Same like
We're still in early stages with Google, so we'll see. Right now, they don't seem to want it. But there is a big differentiator. Cisco announced that they will support Teams. And Cisco can switch between WebEx and Cisco. According to Microsoft, because they own WebEx, it's their product. So Microsoft says we can't force them not to switch to their own product. Okay, and that kind of opened the door. And then Yale came. They're always very good at getting someone in the machine, so that's perfect. That's perfect. That might change things. Technically, we can do it. If you have a device in development, you can just try from one ecosystem to the other as much as you like, which is great. Making a point with the coffee machine. That's okay. So, we're about at the end of our slot, right? We had until 12, I believe. Yes. So we still have 5 questions. We're all friends now. We've been talking for 2 hours. So there's no reason to be shy. I'm sure somebody in the room still has questions to us. Or feedback, or hey, this was interesting. We learned something. Whatever. Speak up. Yeah, go.
I had experience with Poly 70,
Okay.
which was mounted in rather big room, and we used several cables, the native one and the extender runner or ATM, and it does not work in some rooms, and when we put small piece of cable USB to 0, it works.
Okay.
It looks like downgrade cable from 3.0 to 2.0. What was the matter? I don't understand, but it was.
And that's the team view or something.
Yeah.
Else. So the thing with that camera is it's a very powerful camera. Right? It has 2 4K lenses, so it can potentially send a tremendous image to the far end. Teams doesn't allow that. Teams doesn't support 4K. They only want 1080. So, on the Teams environment, it works on a USB 2 cable. But if you ever want to have that superior video quality, I think Zoom supports it.
Not 4K. No.
Not 4K.
I always do recommend having a 3.0 cable or extender. We actually support, I think, the Icon Raven 3104 Pro and sound control technologies. Those 2 are the supported extenders. A10 is not in the list. Others are either because it's only the Icon and the sound control specific models.
We support them, yes.
Yeah.
So
and we have tested and certified those, right? So we have tested it.
But that doesn't
make
mean
sure it works.
other extenders won't work.
No, of course. But
and your tip with the cable, I'm hearing it. I'm just saying in the future, when the platforms evolve, that cable might become a problem. So keep that in mind, right? If you remember it, it's fine. It might be 5 years from now, but if you remember it, it's fine. If you forget it, that could potentially become a problem.
Problem was that on 3.0 cable, not started.
Yeah.
I understand.
But that is strange. It's
Yeah.
Because we have got the fiber optic cable which we connect with the GCA, for example. Is it 2.0 or 3.0?
That's 3.0.
Yeah, 3.0. That's also one of the supported device cables which work. The cable we connect, the R30, that's absolutely one of the cables which I always use because it's a 5-meter cable, but that's also a 3.0 USB 2 to USB-C connection, and that's absolutely a fine cable too.
So my 70 at home runs on a $15 Amazon cable.
Yeah.
And that works too.
Yeah.
But I bought a lot of them, and that was the only one that worked. So there's something in cabling, which is a mystery to us. I'm sure there's developers that know all the bits and bytes, but sometimes with cables, it's a little bit late. with your extender, you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to use whatever extender you want. But if you want support from Poly, we test certain brands of extender and then we certify them. And that's how you get our support. So A10 is not on the list, but we can call 2 others that are on the list. And maybe there's room for adding A10.
Yeah, I know A10 quite well. It's a big brand in Enders, but also other things, of course. But I'm not sure if there's enough demand, especially in the US, because they are very much US focused on the development side. And Sound Control and Icon are, they are the biggest ones.
Anyway, did that answer your question? Great. Any other questions? There's still, oh no.
But still, there's room.
Any other questions? Sure. If you want to ask a question one-on-one to either me, Nikki, Zach, whoever, we're here all day, right? During lunch, we'll try to spread out and talk to everyone a little bit. It's technically impossible. We try. But we're here all day. And on that note, I'll give it back to Mark.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know whether Andreas or Caroline.
I'm here. Yeah, it's lunch ready.
Lunch is ready, okay. So, and where is lunch?
On the downstairs?
On the downstairs, okay. So,
I will go with you.
Ground floor?
Yes.
In the restaurant?
Yes.
Wow, that's a good lunch. We ate there yesterday.
Okay, so guys, you're welcome to. I suggest we go for lunch now, and you can come back. And Nikki, are you up next after lunch?
Yeah, I am.
Zoom video.
Yes, absolutely. I am.
And Google video from myself.
Yeah, but especially the Zoom part, it's, for me. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, of course. Oh, I got loads of stuff. Absolutely. It's just one small part of the demo. So.
Do not encourage him.
Oh man, I only have, what was it, 1.5 hour? I planned for 2.5 hours, so it's yeah. Yeah, because Mark initially said that I had 2.5 hours or something. I said, oh, then I prepared for 2.5 hours. Then he reduced it to 1 hour or something. So
Yeah, he started crying.
Yeah, in the corner, absolutely.
Okay.
There is another Microsoft session in the afternoon.
Yes.
Which is going to cover slightly different topics. Not that we'll talk a little bit about Q&A, but I'll also talk about not what is coming very soon, but what we're working on the slightly longer term. That's when we'll kill the streaming. So for the people at home, tough luck. You should have been here. But that's sort of the real NDA stuff, right? That is the stuff that is coming in the next up to 24 months. So that's quite a
So just on that point, if you don't want to do the Zoom session after lunch, we're doing Microsoft Voice next call.
Oh yes.
I think we're doing.
Yes. Well, I'm sitting in next room.
Next room is Microsoft Voice and Zoom video and Google video in this room. So with that, lunchtime.
Jest lunchtime. Zapraszam, restauracja na dole, prosto od recepcji, że tak powiem, w prawo. Ale można tam równie dobrze.
combined with the Zoom platform, basically video enable the contact center in a Zoom way.
Dla partnerów właśnie voice'owych, którzy chcieliby zobaczyć gateway dla Teamsa, to właśnie jest też druga sesja. Dedykowana właśnie dla subgateway. Także jak ktoś byłby zainteresowany, to też zapraszamy do drugiej. No. Gateway.
So that's the contact center part, and I'm not going to do the deep dive into contact center, but I do want to make sure that you get that. It's not only about meetings, it's all about phone, and it's all about contact center these days. All of our devices are getting into the certification because it's just new. They need to renew their certification. They need to create a certification guideline for our Encore Pro series or Savi series, really the contact center grade headsets, which I've been working on a lot for the last 13 years, basically. So we are going to certify those on the Zoom contact center platform. Then we've got several things. Maybe if you as partners, if you are a Zoom partner, if you want to be a Zoom partner, you can create your own integrations within websites or other platforms that you're using to get the Zoom experience into the own website, the customer or the partner portal or whatever. So basically create a help button. If you're on a website, you see the help button, basically click through and you can have a direct chat into the Zoom platform on the back end. But also escalate that to a phone call, escalate it to a video call.
Can you give an example to the audience?
Yes, sure.
Przepraszam, a kto z Was robił certyfikaty i egzaminy poli? Ręka do góry. Robiliście poli jakiekolwiek z proktorem na przykład. Te z proktorem, które wymagają wideo. No to macie. Mamy kilka osób. Jest tam taka platforma Examity i ona na przykład też korzysta z Zooma. Nie wiem, czy zauważyliście, ale to jest właśnie wykorzystanie Zoom API SDK, o którym właśnie mówi Miki. Czyli nagle znienacka pojawia się klient zoomowski, który przenosi nas do spotkania, ponieważ pracuje właśnie na tym całym backend i ta część developerska. We're talking about certificates, poly exams. We're doing on Examity.
Yeah.
They're partnered with Zoom.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's right. Exactly what I wanted to say. You did it better.
Just translate it.
Yeah, that's right. So that's the developers part. Highly interesting, especially for partners. They also got a section which is called Zoom AI, and also that's really interesting. Zoom AI basically lets supervisors, sales managers, or whoever wants to manage a business record meetings, record calls, record conference calls, basically transcript those, and also get action points outside of those transcriptions. So if you want to have calls, and if you got eight calls a day, back to back, and sometimes you don't have time for meeting notes or whatever. Zoom IQ for Sales, one of the things on Zoom AI basically automatically creates those meeting notes based on the transcription, but also identifies, hey, here are some action points which might be relevant for that meeting. So basically summarize to all the participants in that meeting or in the call, you have to do this before date X, Y, Z, and you have to do this before date X, Y, Z. So getting those action points out of those meetings. But also learning in a contact center scenario, what was the emotion during the call? If there was a lot of screaming or people with a bad voice or whatever, they can identify that's the amount of emotion in a call, and whenever somebody raises their voice, there might be an escalation, so a supervisor could chime in, those kind of things. They've all put it into a Zoom AI section, which is going far wider than what I just said, but these are just some examples. Pretty interesting. So all of this, and they are developing more and more on this. Just the Zoom 1 section is actually a newer version, but I didn't integrate it yet. There's also mail and calendar integrated there. So today you can choose to integrate your Exchange environment or your Office 365 or your Google Calendar, Google Mail client inside the Zoom platform. So you've got that one single pane of glass, so the Zoom client. Basically, you get another tab which is called Mail or Calendar. So whenever you want to schedule a meeting, you don't go out of your Zoom clients. You do that all through your Zoom client. You create a meeting and you basically schedule the calls from there, but also read all the emails from that same Zoom client, which they're developing and they want to use that single pane of glass, as you want to say. And I hear you asking where poly comes into play. Right? I hear it
see all the people wondering how does poly come into play. So I'm going to explain that. For the Zoom 1 section, we've got all our certified USB devices, headsets, speakerphones, the telephony solutions certified for Zoom Phone. So you see here the HE series, the Rove solutions, the FP, also our legacy, they still exist, but the VVX phones, they've all been certified for Zoom Phone. So that means that you can provision them from CSV file or just one by one with a serial number into the Zoom portal. They get auto provisioned. So without any interference, you can provision those devices, and a user just plugs in the network and they get auto provisioned. Super easy. That's from the phone part. Also CCX range. If you look at these devices there, you will see that they have the native Zoom user interface. So a Zoom phone application. That is important for the user adoption. If you want to have the Zoom user experience, you see the same experience on your mobile phone, on your desk phone if you want, on your Zoom room, because it's the same interface again, having the same buttons. The new meeting button, for example, is all the same in every device. The mute button will be the same. So the user just needs to learn one application, one user interface, basically. Then we move to the Zoom Spaces section. So we got, of course, our Zoom rooms, which Vincent and Zach already talked about this morning. We got the Studio X certified. Basically, we also introduced the Studio X30, X50 during Zoomtopia in 2019, where we introduced our Studio X at Zoomtopia, being the first ones to have those Android bars in the whole platform.
X70 was certified even before it was released.
Yes, absolutely. That came a little bit later, but we were really the first to have an appliance, a codec-based solution completely with that Android part, so you don't need anything else. No, don't need any computer or something. We did that with Zoom, and indeed, Zoomtopia, 2021, I think, we launched Studio X70 at Zoomtopia, and again, it's Zoom certified by default. G7500 in 2019, also before Studio X actually got introduced, it was certified by Zoom directly using the application from Zoom. So Zoom is on the certification path. They are really fast to adopt newer innovations, but it also just works all the time, say 99% of the time, 99.999, etc. 5 nines. Yes, 5 nines. You see also, I'm going to use this one. You see, yes, this one. It's a little bit of a new device, right? So you see there an HP presence all-in-one. I think I've got a slide somewhere. It's one of the latest devices from the HP acquisition. So all of those things, it's all-in-one touchscreen, but also as a Zoom room, which makes it really interesting. Going to do a short demo after it, without the device, but showing the same kind of experience. Then, as I mentioned, the contact center part. Of course, the headsets are really important there, but also the video integration with all of our personal USB devices, like the P15, P21, the P5, but also our HP cameras, which come up in, we showed them in IEC for who was there. We've got newer HP webcams coming on into the poly price list too. So it's going to be interesting. Any questions about this, about how poly plays into Zoom ecosystem? I should just rattle through, right? So if there are any questions, please do shout. So I prepared a lot of workshops. Mark here, point him out. He reduced my time for this workshop, so I got a little bit different kinds. I still have slides in there, but I'm going to talk through what I wanted to do live. But yeah, it's going to be the same experience. Good experience, by the way, but different. We released a video in 2021, which was based around the complete work from home, hybrid working, complete hybrid working experience, basically, all using the Zoom platform. Some things in the video are a little bit outdated, but they are still super relevant. So, for example, there's an EGO Director 2 in there. Unfortunately, that device cannot be sold anymore because we cannot get the components basically to make that device. But it's still in there, so that's why I mean it's a little bit outdated. Also, the user interface in the Zoom rooms is a little bit different, but those are minor details. Point is that we did this video in, I think, in the middle of 2021, and things are still relevant, but have been evolving since then. Audio. Just a second here.
Your workday occurs in many places, from your home, on the go, to the office. Communication and collaboration are happening all around us. That's why it's important to have a seamless solution that connects you wherever you are, whenever you need it. With Zoom and Poly, you can stay productive and engaged with your colleagues when you work remotely. And when you're on the go, you can make or receive phone calls so you don't miss a beat. A virtual receptionist to greet you before you start your day. Connect with colleagues in common spaces on a wide range of workspace devices. And when you settle in at the office, keep your conversations going over Zoom's intuitive chat solution, or even over the phone, making it simple to collaborate with colleagues all across devices and streamlining your workday so you can stay focused on your work. Effortlessly transfer that phone call to a meeting room's big screen or a full-featured meeting with HD video and voice. Bring people closer together for meeting equality and create engaging brainstorming sessions for both in-person and remote attendees. Collaborate and brainstorm easily with interactive whiteboarding. One connected experience, one integrated solution to empower your workforce today and into the future.
Isn't that great? So I show this video because everything in here, the complete PolyXP portfolio is being reviewed and shown as working really well with the Zoom platform. So, what I'm going to do, as I said, I had some labs prepared, which Mark did so there. He didn't let me do everything in there. But I've got some labs which I will talk through. I talk about the Zoom room section, virtual receptionist, workspace reservation, and digital signage throughout what I'm doing. I'm going to show things on my little table over there, my little booth section there. I'm also doing things on the Zoom portal, basically on the Zoom device management portal. So this I can skip because I've already done that. I didn't have the time. So I'm going to show a little bit about virtual receptionists. So I've got this little introduction so that I can't expect from all of you to remember the video by heart. So I got these little video snippets into here. So this is shown as a virtual receptionist. Basically what you do, let's go back for 1 second. Here this part, I can't pause, but the meet receptionist part. What I'm going to do is I show it on my little iPad over here, which is not going to be, you can't see it that well, but you see something like this, what I would mean with either Studio X30, X50, X70, can also do a G7500, or that HP all-in-one device, which I showed earlier. Basically, I've configured this device as a Zoom room for touch. That's also one of the benefits for Zoom. You can do that with an iPad alone. So if you want to have this, maybe the bigger version, mounted to a wall, you can set this up for Zoom room for touch. I won't promote that because you should use a PolyXP device, but you can if you want, or to do testing. You as a partner, you can test this and show this like I'm doing right now. This is easy. How would it work?
So question, Nikki. Would it work on TC10?
No.
Unfortunately not.
No. Because that's not a Zoom room, it's a Zoom room controller. But good question. So what I have here is a virtual receptionist. Basically this button, and it says meet with Nikki. And what I'm going to do, this is my Nikki phone, so what I'm going to show is that I actually bring my phone.
I can hold it.
Yes, thank you. There you go. So you see here a phone ringing, a post receptionist. I'm going to show that that device is out of virtual receptionist. Basically the same what you saw. There you go. Basically the same what you see here, but then for receptionist experience where you don't have a physical receptionist because they are either sick or working from home or whatever, you have that virtual experience. Or this is one example. Virtual receptionist working from home. However, you can also see that for general particular. That's right. That's exactly the word. Yes. So those kind of you come into that space and you walk up to such a screen where you just want to meet with the receptionist, which is sitting maybe in another building or something, or maybe another floor of the building. You can do that, and then they can guide you where to go to next. Or you can combine it with a contact center solution. Now we'll show that you can divide it somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Doesn't burn, yeah.
So what I'm going to show is, not sure what I've got here. So how is the license works with Zoom Room license. And share what I got more. Yeah, so basically what I'm going to show is how to set that up. And therefore I need to have my section here. So I'm using the Zoom device management portal for this. And what I'm going to show is the Zoom rooms. And I'm going to go to my special section over here. This one, this four, so basically it's built up countries, cities, it could be, or course after that. So we're going to have this post reception, that's basically my iPad. I'm going to go room settings, and where I show here, kiosk section. So this part is exactly how it would look like. So that's exactly the user interface as you see on the iPad. You've got two buttons in here. You can checkbox workspace reservation. I'll talk about it later. You can check that on or off, or you can only have the virtual receptionist one. What I can do here with the virtual receptionist section is basically get multiple actions. So I want to route it into a contact center integration, which is also an option. I don't have that option right now. I can see here, use contact center, but this tab doesn't have the license yet. But if you do that, you can use IVR, virtual IVRs. So, for example, again, that's doctors come in. Yeah. Yes, a doctor come in, and you want to say, oh, well, my leg's broken. I want to.
You need to wait 2 years. So be careful.
Yes.
About doctor. Let him come into the bank branch.
Bank branch, yeah. Okay. So I want to have a mortgage interview, or I want to open a new account. You can do that using that contact center application. You get routed directly to the right financial agent or something. So that's using the contact centers. It can be with the branches offices in Netherlands. They close down a lot of branches for banks because they want to reduce the buildings from the banks. They want to, instead of going 1 kilometer, I need to drive 5 kilometers or something to my nearest bank office. But with this, you can have those smaller branches, but still be able to have a virtual engagements with your mortgage agents.
This banking is exclusive for Zoom or for Poland?
This is Zoom. This is all the Zoom device management portal. So you see there Zoom US. This is all been done by the Zoom.
That other vendors will have the same.
If you have a touchscreen, if you have a Studio X30 or any of the other devices which support touchscreen, you can have it, absolutely. Yeah, it is. So it's not PolyHP exclusive. However, for PolyHP, you've got everything from headsets, from personal devices, from Zoom rooms, from laptops these days, printers, etc. You've got all.
Have you any unique functions?
Sorry.
Have you any unique functions?
Yes. So yeah, we're going to talk later a bit more on the Zoom rooms part on unique features and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, Zoom room it's more unique, but this one is competitors for us also do this because it's a Zoom function, not a PolyHP function. Let me get back to my presentation here. All right. I can click it. Come and click it. Where is it?
You need to go with the keys.
Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, it's over there.
Ah, you left it over here. Also competitors.
What you say?
11 minutes.
All right, so I talked about this, about the hardware, etc. Now we're going to show the Zoom rooms part. Quite a lot of things to see in here. So I'm going to talk one by one onto these and also the PolyHP. Check. Yeah. So how is it licensed by Zoom? So we don't own licensing of Zoom, of course. That's Zoom Play, and you can be a Zoom partner or a referral partner. But yeah, that's on the Zoom side. We provide all the hardware, but also the knowledge from me, for example, to use the devices into the Zoom platform. Zoom has got enterprise licensing or just a Zoom room licensing part, for example. And a Zoom room can be set up as a shared space, personal solution, digital signage only, kiosk, scheduling display only. So if you look at the PolyHP portfolio, we've got everything in there. So you've seen here earlier the TC10, for example. This device is now set up as a scheduling display. But you can have that, this is tied to this room, it's actually a Zoom room.
Could be also a controller.
Yes, it could be set up as the same one as this one, the controller. But if you have a scheduling display only, because the video or the conference room is not video enabled, you can have those scheduling display all around your complete office. If you look at, obviously it's a wide ecosystem partner, so we are not exclusive in that part, but we provide everything under one brand, under one vendor. And we do have some innovative features like Smart Gallery. We're the first to adopt Smart Gallery, Zoom Smart Gallery. I will show and talk, well, not sure, yeah, I'm going to show it in the video, what I mean with that. But also multi-camera rooms. We can do multiple cameras, like I showed earlier, using GZ500 or the Zoom Room PC with up to 3 cameras at the same time, streaming those into a Zoom meeting. Those features are from us. We were the first to adopt there. We are the only ones to do that on GZ500 on the Android-based appliances, and you can do that on multiple PC bundles nowadays. But yeah, we were the first to have it on Android appliances. How it's configured? Everything is configured by the management portal. So one management portal from Zoom, Zoom Device Management Portal, you can do everything on there. And as Zach already mentioned, we've got a complete Studio X range, Studio X30, smaller rooms, medium rooms, larger rooms, the TC8 plus the TC10 as a controller, for example. And from the Windows side, we launched the Zoom PC bundles, these devices, in Zoomtopia this November timeframe. So that was the first collaborative effort from us to include HP products into the complete Zoom offering. The good thing about this device is that it can support quite a lot of features from Zoom. So we do have, well, said right there on the tree of the spectrum, we got good things come in three bundles, but it can also act with 3 screens, but also with the 3 cameras, 3 times 1080p. It's also quite a benefit if you want to do education scenario.
Screen count or not?
No, that doesn't. So that's a good question. The GC8 on the Microsoft Teams rooms on Windows, that actually is a secondary screen because it's physically connected and it's a requirement for Microsoft. On the Zoom side, they've differentiated between Zoom Room controllers and an actual Zoom Room. So this is really a standalone device acting as a Zoom Room controller. So it doesn't count as a second device. So you got here 1 HDMI port, 2 display ports. On this section, you've got 2 HP Flex ports, as we call it, on the Microsoft Teams rooms. They've chosen to include already, I think, USB-C plus 2 times USB-A ports in there. One of the reasons for Zoom not doing that is that we do a lot via the network. TC8, TC10, well, only TC10 can be connected over the network to the Zoom with PC panels, but you do it via network. The Trio C60, for example, can be paired over the network to the Zoom Room PC bundle. You don't require the USB connection. Is there a question about HDMI ingest? I think there is, Dalit.
We have a good question from Janek about the controller. Could this serve together as a controller for Zoom Room?
What do you mean?
For the Zoom rooms. Yeah. This as a controller together with.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. So if I look here, I'm pressing this one, you see there the meeting starts on that one too. So that's X. So you can have up to 2 Trio C60s and together with up to 3 other controllers. But you can have in total up to 5 controllers. Really? Yes.
Yeah, because in the past it was just 1 controller. You remember?
Yeah. Yeah. No, you can have up to 5 in total.
5 TC8s in the room.
Well, we can actually physically do more, but there's more. So I know our developers in the US, they've tested, I think, with 10 to 15 controllers and 10 to 15 scheduling displays. And after that, it went a little bit flaky. So, yeah. But
flaky in Microsoft, mate. How many controllers?
1. One. Yeah. Sorry to say that. But yeah. It's just saying.
Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Zoom supports up to 5 heads. We support it together with Zoom.
Question. Does it also work as an audio device?
Yes, absolutely, good question. So you can use that as a microphone speaker instead of your Studio X30 and as controller at the same time. Almost all ones, no camera on there. Yeah,
Almost.
yeah, no, you can certainly use that one as an audio device. Yeah, absolutely.
Can we daisy chain them, the trios?
Yes, so depends a little bit on the Android side. So in this section, you don't daisy chain. Daisy chain is connecting one trio to another trio. In Studio X, you pair a trio to the Studio X or to the G7500. So it's not a daisy chain, it's 2 units pairing to the main system, the codec. In the Windows side, it's a little bit different. If it's connected via the network to the Zoom Room PC bundle, you can only have one. If you want to do if you want to have 2, you need to directly connect the first one via USB to the PC, and then daisy chain the second trio. That's a limitation.
So for the PC solutions, most likely daisy chain USB and the Android.
Yeah, pair to the codec. Yeah. Other questions?
GC8 also certified. When
Yes, it is. Yeah, GC8. Absolutely. You can use the GC8 also as it's a certified Zoom controller. So that brings me to the next point: HDMI ingest. This has got HDMI to display ports, but not an HDMI ingest port.
Same here.
Yeah, that's right. Same on those devices. They don't have it. GC8 does have HDMI ingest, so you could use GC8. You have to directly connect it or via the extension kit.
Chodzi dokładnie o ten kabel do prezentacji. HDMI ingest.
Yes, then you can use the HDMI ingest from the GC8 to do that. Or what Zoom supports is stating on their website, they've got wired HDMI screen with a capture device. The 2 which they support are Innovini and Magwell capture devices. So those 2 are on the Zoom support page. Basically, yeah, there's a USB connection to the PC. So whatever Zoom supports, we support.
Like HDMI grabber, yeah?
Yes, it's HDMI to USB converter, basically. Yeah. We also support those, the Innovini, for example, on our G7500, but not for HDMI content sharing because the G7500 has got HDMI. I also have got the X30, X50, X70. So we use that if you want to have a HDMI camera, maybe cameras, which we use here for stream. I'm not sure if it's HDMI, but yeah, you could use those to use the Innovini to get its other stream from a camera. So Zoom Room, kiosk, virtual section. Sorry. First thing first. This is what we showed at ISE. 3 screens on the Zoom Room PC bundle. With the G7500, we can do 2 screens, by the way. But this is what we showed at ISE. 3 screens, but also 3 cameras. One time Studio R30 in the middle, and then 2 E70s on the sides. And as said, you can stream all 3 cameras in 1080p to a Zoom meeting. If you enable 1080p on the Zoom side, I think it's by default disabled, so maximum 720p, but you can enable it.
It's also an important note that in the past we had to contact Zoom support.
Yeah, but now you can just enable it as an administrator. It's, at some point they had too much traffic going around because of the COVID pandemic and stuff, so they reduced it at some point to 720p, and you need to contact Zoom support. Now it's just there as a checkbox.
Could we, following to Janek's question, also say that this is something that distinguishes G7500 and the room PCs? That it produces 1080p quality? Also?
So, good question. You can do the G7500 with 3 cameras. So it's what I said earlier. You can connect. I'm doing it now with the G7500 with 2 cameras, which I see the main applications for. But at this moment, it's limited to main camera 720p and the second and tertiary camera to 360p. Yeah. So that's a limitation sort of on the Zoom side. They have to enable it for us. We will enable that in the near future to have maximum 3 times 720p on the G7500. If you want to go higher on the PC, it's 3 times 1080p, so that won't change. So
that gives the power.
Yeah. It requires quite a lot of processing power to do it, and G7500, probably it's too less processing power for that. Sure. Any questions on that? I actually will show it too, because I think I'll show it again because I showed it earlier. But I think it's really good power to have this, especially if you want to have the R30, for example, as the audio camera. I talked to them before. So having this as the audience camera. So the far side will see the audience and see the audience participation. So whenever somebody asks a question, they will see that. And whenever I press the switch camera and enable the secondary camera, you will see that E70 is opening up, and it will, let me just change the view for a second. View gallery, you'll see side by side. And I am the presenter presenting to all of you. For example, you can set it up, well, I've set it up here in a bit of a sort of manual way, but ideal way should be that the one camera is sitting up here, the other camera may be sitting next to the projector. So it will be focused on me as the speaker, as the presenter. And basically, I talk to you, but I also talk to the remote side at the same time, showing both images to the other side.
And Nikki, can you change the settings on the E70 as well? As your secondary camera?
Yes, absolutely.
For instance, it follows you.
Yeah, so you can change it. So, as a secondary camera, the choices are a little bit limited. So on the E70, I will change that to the main. And then camera control, you will see there. You see you've got speaker focus, you've got auto framing, including people framing, so multi-focus, which I call. Not sure if we'll do anything now because the E70 sees a lot of people, but yeah, you can change it a little bit. So yeah, not sure if it will do anything. But, yeah, it will basically show the people framing technology after that. So. Let's do anything? Yeah, sort of. Yeah, sort of. Okay. But you can change everything on that camera. Yeah, a little bit. But you can change anything on the controller itself. So we don't need a separate application. It's all built into the Zoom Room controller.
You don't need to go to admin UI.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Other provider modes.
Yeah. And you can also select whenever you start a new meeting or join a new meeting what the default experience is. So if you always want to enable both cameras to be active when you join a call, you can select it again in that Zoom device management portal. So you can select. Yes.
Does it override what administrators set in PolyLens or Studio X50?
Zoom is leading. Zoom is leading there. So whatever you change in Zoom overrides what you've done in the web interface or PolyLens.
So the user is actually controlling it.
Yeah.
Not the
Yeah. Good? Yeah? Like it? Yeah? There we go. Yes. So that's the PC bundles or the G7 bundle, basically with 2 screens or 3 screens and 3 cameras. One other thing is the Zoom Room kiosk in virtual reception. I talked about it before. Again, at IC, we showed it using the HP Presence all-in-one solution. So here, again, that same experience, but with an all-in-one device. So camera on top of it, speakers, microphone, and having this as a reception device or hanging on the wall. Whenever you enter a building, you can just touch the screen, call the receptionist, go into that IVR flow, and select that. Or the workspace reservation, which I'm going to talk later on. Are there any AV integrators here in the room?
Ktoś z Was jest integratorem AV?
Yeah, I know. So, anyone does anything with NDI? Oh, I know you are. Anybody else? Because with Zoom Rooms, you can actually enable NDI on the Zoom Rooms itself. So basically having those Zoom Rooms in the buildings, in a conference room, and enable NDI on that. So you can select as a user or as an administrator, so you can choose as an administrator, you want to open it up for a user, or have it always enabled or disabled. And then you can share the Zoom Room image whenever it's active, and also share which kind of cameras you connect, which kind of presets you have. Share that inside the Zoom Room controller. So you can enable that. This is on the admin side. You can allow it. Set up the default NDI resolution, 1080p, 720, 360, whatever you want, but also the frame rate. And then you can capture those streams inside the network and basically stream it to the other side, what we're doing right now. Like it? It's quite advanced installation for Zoom, but they have done quite a lot in making sure all of their things are also good for webcasting, for broadcasting, for webinars, for their using all Zoom rooms or using all Zoom clients and bringing them all together into one broadcast environment. You see a lot of news channels using Zoom nowadays. You don't particularly see if it's Zoom because they just capture rooms or capture clients and particular things, but they actually use Zoom in the backend. There's also done quite some acquisitions on companies. I think it was 6 months ago, 7 months ago. They bought a specific company got to look up the name. I don't know anymore. We talked to them about IT. Yeah, Google it, please. And I see we talked to them, and they are at the Zoom stand. They were showcasing that they can have up to 100 NDI streams plus 10 SDI streams into a Blackmagic box, the SDI streams, and then get it into a broadcast environment, which is quite amazing for what I've done, all using the Zoom platform basically. It is quite responsive what they're doing. So it's more than only meetings, it's complete broadcasting industry. All excited, huh? I see that. Yes. So getting even more excited, we talk about promotions. So it's like getting 6 rooms for the price of 5. Who doesn't want a free device? So we got a promotion, Ready Set Zoom, and this promotion basically means that you as a partner can purchase 6 devices where one of them needs to be a studio meeting room bundle, but the others are free to choose, and you basically get a 17% incremental discount on top of whatever you've done with your registration or whatever on the partner portal. Just register on the partner portal your deal and buy it with Kontel, and they will process all of the things to get that 70% incremental discount. All of this is set up in the partner portal. So make use of it and sell as much Zoom on PC bundles. We like it. You should like it too. So Zoom Rooms, we support, as said, now Android-based solutions, but also Zoom Room PC bundles. So we got the small room covered, the meeting room, and the large or the modular room with customized rooms covered. And I talk a lot about the user experience a lot because I want to make sure a user can use the devices as seamless as possible and without a lot of training and no flyers on the table how to use a conference room because I hate those flyers. All customers still demand those, but it's I think it's useless and pointless because nobody's going to read the full manual on the conference room table to actually use the conference room. If the user experience is good on the controller, you probably don't want to have a flyer. So Zoom has partnered up together with Teams and Google Meet and WebEx to make sure the user experience is the best as possible. They do that via on the Zoom side. I think they've done at this moment the best part because they have it in the again in Zoom Device Manager, ZTM. They've got support interoperability for Zoom rooms. You can enable that or disable it if you don't want it. Basically, select I want to use the Teams Direct Guest Join on the Zoom room or not. Show it on the home screen. So if you look at that, present it, Nikki. Yeah, there we go. I also have here, by the way, so you can,
it's more visible.
So this is just a capture of my own Zoom room. Basically, I have those Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, and WebEx buttons on there. So if a user enters the room ad hoc and they want to do a Teams call because they have a Teams meeting invite, they just press that button, type in the meeting ID of Teams, and they get into the call, the Teams call, using that WebEx, the Teams Direct Guest Join experience.
Question: does it work for any Teams meeting as opposed to interop?
Yes. Yeah. So it will use just the Teams bridge and Teams is If the other side who organized it allows externals to be in there, it can work for any team meeting. So this is basically what I just said. And you can, as I said, you can enable it on the Zoom Device Management portal. But also, like I talked earlier, you can choose in here. You can say connection method prioritization, dial SIP or direct guest join, whatever you want. So if you want to do SIP calling, so what I did earlier,
morning's presentation.
Yeah, in the morning's presentation, I joined that call with SIP, Real Connect, into a Teams call, and this one with WebEx, Teams Direct Guest Join integration. You can choose, as an administrator, you can choose on the portal what you want to prioritize, which gives the administrator quite a lot of flexibility without a user to lose an experience which the administrator dictates basically. Any questions on that? Or you see that customers are having issues sometimes with joining calls?
And it's still worth nothing actually that all the Teams meetings that land in the calendar also work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
like you see here, you got a Teams call, you just have the join button. You got a Zoom meeting, of course you got a join button. You got a Google meeting, you will have a join button. So that that's about the user experience. You want to make sure that you always have a join button because that's what the user expects. They send the meeting to a conference room, and then they need to join that meeting. So yeah, that's the user experience. This is the HP all-in-one conferencing PC, which will come in the Poly HP price list. I'm not sure which date, but it will be a Poly HP sellable device, so it will be coming in the price list. And it is certified as Zoom rooms on Windows because there's a Windows PC behind. You could also use it just as normal conferencing PC, all-in-one monitor or PC, but by default it's set up as Zoom rooms device.
It's like P24, yeah?
Yeah, 27 then.
P27, right?
24 or 27 inch, yeah. But it also has got the option for wireless charging stand for mobile devices. So yeah, it is the P21 on steroids, basically. Yeah. So I won't do this because it's already done that. I didn't have time for March. Give me 4 minutes. Oh, I got more. No. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. All right, we're going to show workspace reservation for a little bit. So this basically shows an experience what you can do when scheduling a conference room using that all-in-one touch device. I showed this a little bit different video. You didn't see it in the original video because it wasn't available back in 2021. So I did a little bit of cooperation with another brand. Basically, what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to create such an experience. So this is my floor, and you will see in workspace reservation. If I go to that floor or use the iPad, I can go in here and see. Well, at this moment there are no conference rooms enabled. So what I need to do is I get into my workspaces section. I will search for my particular floor. This one. I can basically edit the format, and all of the Zoom rooms which I enabled. So there's 2 Zoom rooms over there, X30 and CZ500. They will be set up as workspace to map. You will see that the media post large room, I can basically select it and go over here. I can have a rectangle and do whatever I want with that, but that's obviously static. You can do a circle, or if you've got a strange room, so to say, you can basically point it over here, and because you have some wrong angles or something in your conference room, then you can have such a device over here, and you will see that on the map. So I'll let it do this. You also see that I will do that later. Yes. So I'll do this. I'll get this one in here. It's a normal conference room. Yes. Click done. And I also want to have a desk. So this could be a CCA700, for example, as a flex desk. Click done. And what I can do then, using my mobile phone, the iPad with workspace reservation, or just using my own client here. Getting to that client, again, I will see, let me refresh here. Oh, maybe I need to press save, by the way. Oh, no, it's already here. Okay. No, I do need to press save. All right, cool. Now I go again to my personal section. So as a user, you'd only have this section, because this is all for admins. But now you see in my live configuration, I've got multiple rooms. I can go into that building, the floor plan, and basically select the desk to work from during the day. Having that 2 hours or something, this is not available because it didn't set up a C6700. But this one I can book. I see how the device looks like. Basically, see if that's the conference room I really want to use, because I created as an admin. I created a picture. Just snap it with your mobile phone, put it in there, and you're done. You can see everything on the workspace reservation side. Basically, book that meeting room using my own credentials. So if I click View Availability and actually reserve it, my name will be on the Zoom room scheduler and on the Zoom room itself, and I can have a Zoom meeting myself directly. Like that integration provides, what I see is that a lot of companies have been using third parties for workspace reservation things, or using scheduling displays. Now you can have everything in one platform, having the actual collaboration experience, but also the scheduling displays. And let me please mark to go to the next slide really fast. So I've talked about this, talked This, yes, how to set it up. I also talked about that, so I'm not going to do that. So I got a few more labs scheduled. Preparing Zoom rooms, there is not lab. 2 more workshops, workshops how you do things. Preparing Zoom rooms. In the video you saw the girl walking into a conference room while she was on the phone. She was actually on a Zoom phone call. And you see here, because she was using a Zoom phone call, basically escalated it from chats. So we have a Zoom phone call. Yes, let me get it on my mobile phone. And I walk over to a conference room because I've got multiple people sitting in that conference room. From that mobile phone, you can click hand off the room. Basically, it detects via proximity join because there are speakers inside the TC8 and also TC10 which send out ultrasonic sound. And based on that, it will see, hey, there's a conference room in there. It's a Zoom room. I can hand off my call to the room. What it does then, it goes into the Zoom phone call on the Zoom room. And then you can escalate that one with a click of a button to be a meeting, a video meeting. Because you click the Zoom, the Meet button, and you're in a video meeting. I think that was in the picture. That's a little bit back here. I want to show that experience. Long way back. I should drop it out already. Yes, here we go. So here she will hand off the room. Yes, and maybe after that she will click the Meet button over there, and she's in the Zoom room. She's in a conference call. Right. Speed up again. Where I was. Right. User experience, yes. Absolutely. All right. Very Zoom. So we talked about it. Then one of the things is whiteboarding. I know Microsoft talked about whiteboarding. This is my whiteboarding level, well, 10 probably then, Microsoft whiteboarding. This is really using all kinds of project management solutions. You can use the new whiteboarding from Zoom. And I'm also going to show that on the portal. Let me check. Here I've got the whiteboard. So this can be managed from an admin perspective using templates, set up maybe Kanban boards or meeting notes, whatever templates you want to have. Basically, you can do this with all the Zoom rooms, collaborate with those Zoom rooms, and basically share. Let me get, for example, this one. Having this as an example, just because I have this right here, I can set up this template. I can click on it using a Zoom room if you've got a touch screen on connected to it. And basically, what you can do, and I do it now on the web client, but you can also do this on the Zoom room itself. You can drag and drop all the things, and it makes all the lines are connected to the specific dots. But you can also obviously type into these. You can do everything on this whiteboard, like you're really in a collaborative experience. And what I show here is all of the different kind of users can do that together. So you've got Henry Park over there changing some things, Victoria changing over here, John changes things over there. So you can do that in a collaborative effort from clients, mobiles, but also from the Zoom rooms itself. So it's really the next level of basically whiteboarding. And I said you can do that as an admin. It comes included with Zoom license, Zoom basically your normal meeting license. And you can set up as an admin what kind of templates you want to use. Then I'm going to talk about Smart Gallery next. So Zoom team chat, I'll skip that one. So make sure, please mark. Google Part. All right, Smart Gallery. So look at the video for a second. So this is one of the features we launched from Poly, and Zoom just provided us with guidance on what you could do. You get 3 streams from us, which you can set up from one conference room. It's not multicam, it's using a single camera, but you see it's using, for example, in this case it was using E532, but you could use an E70 or Studio X70 to capture the complete room view using one camera, and basically select the person who is actually speaking as the primary speaker, and then the last active speaker as the secondary image. So it will stream 3 images from just one camera into a Zoom meeting. what differentiates us from competitors, again, I was going to talk about competitive differences, right? So what we have is this active speaker notification. That is a really important one. If you're going to have a meeting and you want to record that meeting because the CEO has got a town hall meeting or something, wants to direct his story to all participants, all employees, that person, the CEO, most likely does not want to see the complete Zoom room, where a lot of people are there. He wants to make sure he's focused in that recording. If you then send out the recording basically on the speaker, he will actually be seen as this in the recording and not the complete group. And we are the only ones at the moment who do sound source locating. So if you look at the, let me check the E70. Yeah, I got it here. Good example. So E70 has got a microphone built in. We had that with EaGuide Director. We had like EaGuide Director 2. And we have done always the sound source locating to triangulate where some voice is coming from, and match that with the face. So if David was talking,
I start talking, and those microphones will automatically pick me up.
Yeah, those will detect where you are, and if it also detects a face, it knows, hey, that person is probably speaking because it detects.
It depends on the setup.
Yeah, it depends. It's also we call it directory AI, so it learns.
Could be longer, but
on this, yes, on this one it happens almost instantaneously.
Yeah, it really depends on how the room is configured, but also how long you have been talking, how long the meeting has dured. So if you have got a meeting for an hour and you've already been in the meeting sitting on the same spot, it will detect you faster and faster over the time. The cameras will learn where most likely the person is speaking. So
like conversation mode,
yeah. So we call it directory AI. Basically, we learn the cameras will learn themselves where it's most likely to capture audio from and capture detection. So this is really where we are at this moment still leading in. It's not only for this, but also for active speaker integration. So if you look at our cameras, we do the speaker framing, and competitors cannot do that. Any other questions on the Zoom part?
You explained it too well.
Yeah. Sorry about my voice. It's a
presentation, no questions.
Gave me a little bit of time.
10 minutes. You got 10 minutes. You go with it?
I'll work with it. Yes, because otherwise we'll never get
Yeah, I consumed way too much time. I reduced it from 2.5 hours to less than 1 hour, I think. So, yeah. I gave you the
Okay, shall we start? All things Polly and Google. So what you would have seen here, we've got the Microsoft guys commandeered the show and they've got 2 screens specifically for Microsoft. Nikki had 2 screens for Zoom and he allowed me to share his screen. He allows me to share lots of controllers. So we'll talk Poly and Google in this session. So we're going to talk a bit about the background. Where are we with onboarding? How do you onboard a device? Supported devices. We'll talk about some of the features, calendaring, the roadmap, licensing, and then just talk about the Google portfolio in general. Google are split up into different, lots of noise, in terms of different areas. You have Chromebook, you have Google Meet, and you have Google Voice. Each of those different portfolio offerings have different certification parts, right? So different products are certified for Google Voice, Google Meet, and Chromebook, right? So we have to play nicely with our friends at Google there. So what we're excited, as of version 4, so my good friend Zach and Vincent talked about version 4. So version 4 becomes live. Well, it was in the beta tenant, right? So when version 4 goes live, you'll see a new provider mode for your Studio X, X30, X50, X70, that will support the native Google Meet application on these devices. So we're going to be first. We're the first provider that offers that native support on our as an Android bar. Previously, Google supported that on their Chromebook. So you either had to have a NUC, a PC supporting Chromebook, and then you go and source the cameras, the microphone, the speakers, and you would either buy that as a package or you'd make that package up. So the advantage from that we see is that you guys all know and love the great features, noise block, acoustic fence, camera tracking. You know and love. We've got these fantastic new controllers. They are now, you can use those tools and those peripherals in a Google Meet environment. So I encourage you to use and test that environment. So what are some of the features? So quick rundown on some of the features. As I mentioned, it will be GA as of version 4. In the first release, it will support 720p. So 720p video is supported. One touch to join. So on my TC10, I've got a number of calendar invitations that I've pushed to the device. From a user perspective, they see the calendar invitation. I walk up to the meeting room. I click one touch to join, like you do with Zoom and Teams. One touch to join. So that is supported. In terms of content sharing is done via a browser. So when you join the meeting on your laptop, it will ask you want to join or share content, or you can go to your browser via this URL. So again, think of it in the same way that Zoom does their content sharing. It's browser-based content sharing. Okay? So no HDMI support in this first release for content sharing from Google, right? That's something that's on their roadmap. You can make a phone call, so if you've got it tied to Google Meet services for voice, you can do a voice call on it. And it shares a similar user interface as with the Chromebook, the Chromebox. So the meeting user interface is very similar. So if you're already a Google Meet using the Chromebox, very similar, very same user interface. It's a quick, or as it says there, no learning curve. It's a similar user interface in terms of joining. What you see here, the screenshot, this is the Go Companion. So it will detect when you're in the room, and it says use the companion mode. So that's the mechanism of sharing content. A couple of points to note out, as I mentioned. It's quite strange that Google have only just announced an Android application, right? They make Android and they've only just come up with an Android application. Strange that Zoom and others have got there before then. So we're in the first release of that, so version 1 release. So what they will add on what they call day 2 is dual monitor display. So right now the first release is single monitor. Day 2 release will support dual monitor configurations. So for your larger meeting rooms, most customers are very familiar with using or want to use two displays. They understand that that's something that they're working on. HDMI content ingest, again, that's a requirement, that's a need to do that. They've got that on the list. And G7500 support. So G7500, you might want to try it in your labs. It kind of works, but it's not certified. So don't send it to your customers just yet. If you want to test it, they can test it, but it's not certified yet. That is something that we want to get certified and get into the portfolio. Guys, stop me if I'm going too fast. Please pause me. David, my translation services are not there. So, so guys, if you've got any questions, stop me and ask. I was just checking where my translation service. If the guys have any questions, they can. So let's go on. So how do we onboard? So how you onboard your devices, your Studio X into Google is as soon as you select, you go into your Studio X mode and you select Google Meet as the provider mode. On your TC10 or TC8 and the screen will pop up this pairing code or this intercode. That is the code that needs to be inputted on this is the back end now. This is the admin console of your Google. Let me ask, are there any Google Meet experts in the house? No.
Czy ktoś z Was ma klientów, którzy korzystają z Google'a? Google Workspace? Oh, they're customers using.
Oh, okay. So do you use?
Customers using.
Oh, okay.
Customers
Okay. Good to know. Right. So what customers will do is they will go onto the Google Meet admin console and they would give the device a name. So I gave my X50. So this is the X50 that we're using. I gave it a name, Kontel X50 Google Meet. That's the name of the device. And then I'm going to call you up and say, what's the code that's on the screen? And you will read out that code. And that's the code, that's the activation code that I enter on screen.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Why we don't have exact URL over here when we only have admin.google.com? Is that enough?
Yes. Yeah, the admin guy will know.
Okay.
Yeah. So
it's not like Teams.
No, the admin guy. Yeah. The admin guy will know.
Okay.
So what you'll see here is that, or what you can, so that's the activation code. So what the admin will do is they'll go here on the admin console, they'll select Google Meet hardware, select devices, and it will show you a list of devices. And then here, where it says enroll code, that's where I'm going to put my enroll code. Right. So you can see here, you just see faintly in the text, that's the number of licenses that I've got available on my tenant.
Oh, does the order matter? So in which order we make the registration or not?
Doesn't matter.
So we also need to pair them afterwards, like on Teams. We need to put 2 calls twice. First of all, X50, then TC8, and we need to pair them again. No. It's easier.
So what happens is you make sure, first of all, make sure it's updated to version 4. Make sure the controller is paired, and it's the same code. It's not two codes.
Same code.
It's the same code. Yeah, same code. It's not two
Google
codes.
sees it as one device.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why it's important to make sure that they're paired first. So the best exercise is upgrade it. Make sure in poly mode. Make sure it's upgraded. Make sure that the TC8, TC10 are running the latest software version. That's the problem that I had last night because it was on a older build. So I had to make sure that this was running the latest software version, and then it was springing to life, right? So make sure that they're paired, and then that will spring into life. So good question, thank you, Aaron. Let's move on. So in terms of the controls on the screen, so this is the controls that you see on the TCA or TC10. So I can see my meetings. So the meetings that I've got scheduled for the day. I have I can start a meeting. I can put a meeting code. I can call a number. Again, this is a very similar interface that they would have as a Google Meet on a Chromebox. Right. Once you're in a meeting, actually, let me start a call here. When you're in a meeting, you'll have other controls that's available to you once you're in a meeting. So this is going to join into my meeting, and I've got controls here. I can see the participants. I can see the participant count. I can mute. I can end the meeting. I've got camera controls. I can turn on captions. I can change the layout. I can see chat. I can turn on chat here. So if there's chat happening in the meeting, I can switch to that layout. Here we go. And I will see the chat that's happening in the meeting. So this is just an overview of the controls that are happening in the room.
It's not that I'm stealing the audience from you.
Yes.
Don't mind. Jeśli ktoś z Was jest zainteresowany sesją PolyLens do provisioningu, czyli automatycznej konfiguracji urządzeń, tak ktoś to w sali voice'owej też właśnie.
Yeah, there's now a break, but it will start in a few minutes, I believe. So, yeah, if there's people want to have lens, that will go on there.
Okay.
Just saying, Mark, I don't
Remember, I never did that for you.
Oh.
Okay. Right. We'll show more of that in a second. So, a couple of things to bear in mind. When you are, I had the options here for camera controls. So I select camera controls, and there is a button here called continuous framing. So typically on my Poly device, I can change between different camera control modes. I can turn on frame group, speed of frame, presenter tracking. What this is doing is basically toggling that mode on or off. So you can't change between different modes. You can only turn on that tracking mode on or off, right? So whatever you've selected there on the admin screen, all it's doing is enabling that mode on or off.
It's similar to PolyOS, yeah?
Yes. But again, this is just something to bear in mind to your customers when you're doing demos, explaining. In terms of again from the admin backend, you can see list of devices. So from a Google Workspace perspective, it's a similar backend. They can see the list of devices that they've got registered. So I can see all the devices that I've got registered to the unit. I can reboot a device. I can deprovision the device from my Google Meet admin. Actually, I didn't mention, from the licensing perspective, the Google Meet activation code, that was something that was added new for Android devices. So previously on the Chromebox device, what you have to do is put the admin or the the user on site actually has to put that activation code manually. Right? The admin can now do that from the workspace tenant, which is new. And that's turned on as of version 4. Okay, so in terms of how do you calendar a meeting? So there's a couple of ways of calendaring a meeting. So there's a couple of what you assign as the calendar assignment. So you can assign it as a room resource account, right? So when you configure your Google backend, you're going to give it a location, country, building, location, office. So when I go and make a booking, I'm going to call it large boardroom, Warsaw, small room, Orion room. So you're going to give it a room calendar. So you can use a room calendar resource, or you can use a personal mailbox. So I can use David's email address. So anytime that David gets the calendar invitation.
Can we register rooms as personal mailboxes? There's no problem about it.
Yeah.
So, Microsoft.
Sorry, say again.
Can we get the personal mailboxes registered to the room unit?
Yes, yes. That's what I'm showing here. So this is the personal calendar. So you can use a personal calendar, and then that will be assigned to the
not any violation of.
No. So room resource account or a personal mailbox or no calendar. All right.
Will that show us how to join when we have no calendar?
Yes, I can. There is a. I can show you that as well. So, familiar user interface for calendaring call. If you're using Google as your email calendar, very similar. I go up here, create a meeting, give it a date and time, done. Use it whether it be a one meeting or a recurring meeting. Very similar calendaring function. So,
question mark.
Yes.
Would this device be able to join any Google meeting, even sent from our Gmails?
Yes.
Or our Google Meet, as opposed to CVI? Because
Sorry?
Because I believe SIP H323 only works when we have some license, or we've got Google Meet for Enterprise.
Yeah.
And if we've got like the regular Google Meet for users, for instance, what we use in the Gmail, etc., if we send an invite to this room, would be able to join?
Yes.
That's a good news.
Yeah. Any Google Meet invitation will work. Okay. In terms of roadmap of features, so as I mentioned, coming up really soon is dual monitor support. We want to support dual monitors. G7500 support coming. HDMI ingest coming. Now, direct guest join. Now, that is one of the differentiation points between the Chromebook or Chromebox and the Android. So, to be able to direct guest join into a other ecosystem environment, that's something that's supported on the Chromebook but not on the Android today. So that's something that they're looking to add as a latest software release. But what you can do is that on your TCA is that you can swipe left and use device mode, right? So device mode works and is supported. Multiple camera supports is on the roadmap, and the potential.
Sorry, it would be more than 2 cameras?
That would be, so more than 2 cameras, yes. So that's something that is the intention to support on not just Google, but other provider modes as well. And then Chrome OS support, right? We're part of HP now, we do fantastic compute devices. So why not? Yeah, maybe. So why not offer not just the Android devices, but also Chromebook support?
typical setup like Zoom or Windows and VR.
Exactly. Yeah. So not just have Android.
Yeah.
Let's have both. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the intention.
What about bring your own device?
Yeah, device mode. Device mode. Yeah. That's what the swipe. You know this swipe left.
But Mark,
Yeah.
does it come automatically? Can we trigger it automatically, like it works in Teams? Sorry for being the Teams ambassador, but does it work automatically when we plug the USB, or we need to trigger it manually always?
I believe it works automatically. Yeah, we can try it.
Okay.
Yeah, we can try it. Go get your laptop. We'll try it. Documentation will be available as we go GA. These links probably don't work for you because these are internal links. But documentation will be available as we go GA. Just important bit about licensing. From a licensing perspective, you will need a Google Meet hardware device license for your device. So in the same way that you're going to need a Zoom or Teams device license, you're going to need a Google Meet hardware license. Those Google Meet hardware licenses need to be purchased from a Google Meet licensing provider. So how much is it? $250.
But it's bad marketing because it should be priced per month. Microsoft says it's $40 per month.
Well, so that's it's a subscription license.
This is only one kind of license.
Only one, one license.
With no intention to change it.
Well, hold on a second. That's a Google question, right? Yeah. Okay. So so here you can see is you've got Google Meet hardware licenses, you've got Google Voice licensing, or you've got Google Workspace licensing, right? So make sure you buy a Google Meet hardware license. In terms of other solutions or other products that from Poly HP from my Google Workspace. So as I mentioned at the start, there are a couple of areas within Google. So there's the Google Workspace and Google Chrome. So from a Google Workspace, there are the Google Meet. So we have video devices, handsets, and speakerphones. Google Voice. Tony in the other room, we have the VVX, which is the OBI software that supports Google Voice, and the HB phones that support Google Voice. From Google Workspace, from the room-based solutions, this is where the X30, X50, X70, now newly certified. We have the Studio USB that was certified from a Google Meet.
Or can we use it for customers who already have, for instance, Chromeboxes, however they complain about the video quality?
Yes.
So Asus cameras and the kids,
Yes.
they're not good.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
E70, for instance, also?
No, not yet. Remember, I said special certification. We have to go through the certification program with Google for that. So E70 not certified yet.
It will not take ages. Yeah?
We hope not. Chromebook. So remember, we're part of HP. We do laptops now. Chromebook laptops. So a range of devices that are certified for Chromebook. So if they're using Chromebook, you could pair your Chromebook laptop with a headset and a P15, P5 camera to make a fantastic bundle solution. So these are things to bear in mind, which are certified devices.
We're getting questions from some customers on the Google Meet.
Yeah.
And on our website, we state works with Google Meet.
Yeah.
No, when we're translating into Polish, like works with, meaning like have we only tested it, or it's officially Google certified?
officially Google certified.
It's just the wording, yeah, the words. Just works with means it's officially Google certified.
Correct. Officially Google certified. So these are devices that are works with.
Works with doesn't mean we all plugged in. Okay,
Yeah.
David said works.
Yeah. These are the devices that are officially tested and certified. So when you pick up the calls to tech support and you say I've got an E70 camera, they will say, hold on a second, that's not tested. Works with no. So these are devices that are officially tested and certified for Google Chromebook. Other devices will appear later on. Not with Chromebook. Not with Chromebox. Chromebox, yeah. So as I go here, so from a Google Voice perspective, our speakerphones, the Trio 8300, the VVX, OB High Edition, and the HB phones, and the range of headsets. So you'll notice there's a limited range of Bluetooth headsets on there, i.e. like, where is the Voyager Focus 2?
What would be the reason?
Yeah, not certified yet, hasn't gone through that testing, right? So, but I hear that it's coming quite soon. Okay. So watch this space. And for a Google, the Google Meet devices, P5, P15, again, similar set of devices that are certified for Google Meet. So let's go to here and let me join my laptop into any questions. Yes, sir.
So just have to have that. When the poly was zero round.
Okay. So what was the question?
When the poly OS 4.0 will be
release, yeah.
Officially.
Go for it. Yeah.
So 4.0 is officially launched today. So we have received message last night. As this morning, we have explained how we will do that. Because the change from Android from 3.14 to 4.0 is a big change. And it's a no way, it's one way change. We can roll
Irreversible.
back. We can roll back to 3.14. So that's why we have a list of 1,000 customers that we will first on board on 4.0. So that starts today. For 2 weeks, we will play with that. We will be sure that there is no left bugs on it. And then, within 2 weeks, in 2 weeks from now, we will push 4.0 into Lens. So all customers who is using Lens will get access to 4.0. 2 weeks later, so 4 weeks from now, 2 weeks after Lens, we push it generally on the point support. Just pay attention that it's not because we push it on Lens that it will pop up automatically. You have to look at it to start to push 4.0 to import. We have disabled the automatic update for 4.0 because some customers they say, oh no, don't want to update. We will wait a few moments before we update. So that's one exception that we have made. So 1,000 customers are now testing it. Okay. In 2 weeks it will be for all Lens users. 2 weeks after for everybody.
So any way to get it earlier?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. You speak to me if you're doing Google. If it's specific for Google.
Is it for Google?
Speak to me. I can also
Google.
I'll give you the version.
Okay. Then you come and speak to me or send me, and I have a mechanism.
This is the Google who is blocking, yeah? Who is blocking some sort of option to.
No, version 4.
Version 4. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So two things.
Question.
Oh, so a couple of things. Customers that are testing version for Google Meet. When you go, remember I mentioned that this is the new licensing mechanism. So when you went to the Google tenant, the option wasn't there. So Google hadn't turned it on until we turn on version 4 goes GA. Right? So when you go to the Google Meet, there was no, that licensing code.
Licensing code, yeah.
You can't do it because it's not there. Right? So, but it was there on my tenant, on the Poly, because Google has to whitelist it on your tenant. Right? So I would say if your customer wants to urgently test it now, then you either have to speak to Google and tell them to whitelist it on your tenant, or wait until it goes GA. Right?
So automatically switch for
so
all
then,
tenants,
yes,
yeah?
yes, and then you'll get it. So, but it's a it's a kind of a multi-step process. But we're nearly there, as I said. But if you've got customers that want to test, we want to help them because if they're beta testing, we want customers to beta test as well, so we get feedback in terms of utilization, how it's working. So try and reach me, yes. Again.
So one last thing, so is the beta program that is still existing today. It is GA version. Don't worry about that. Don't be afraid of the beta world.
So it's literally the same build as
Yes.
exactly
Yes. But they're doing a limited rollout because they don't want to give it to everybody. They want to do a staggered approach, right? And see how we go. So, do we say slowly?
Slowly?
Yeah.
Powolutku.
Powoli. Okay, so let me show you the calendar. So what I've done on my calendar page, I created a couple of recurring meeting sessions. So I just want to show you how I did that. You go to here, new event, and I gave it a title, and I sent it to Google Meet. So you guys would, most customers would know this is nothing new then, right? Let me just open up one that I've got previously. And here is the organizer. I could use guests or rooms. So here, David, if I wanted to add rooms.
Yes.
Rooms. Yes.
Let me.
Is it a recurring session? I can find a time in my calendar. So quite a very powerful user interface from a Google perspective. So I now have a meeting going. I'm going to go here. I selected, I clicked on it, and I can choose the camera that I'm using. And it says that there is already a unit in the call, which is my unit.
I pressed on leaving, and it doesn't want to leave.
Yeah.
Slowing me down.
So I can mute my camera. I can join by the companion mode that I mentioned. I can cast into the meeting. If I click join now, I'm going to click join now. That's connected into the meeting. So there's different options that you can do here. I can share my content into the meeting. I can turn on captions. So maybe turn on captions there. And that will show captions that are being picked up off the device. I can change my layout. So this is all from the.
Does it pick the sound from the X50?
This is picking up sound from from the X50. Yes.
Nice range.
Yeah, because I've muted on that side. On here, I can turn on captions here. I wish.
Should be able to see it over here as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I turn that on and turn on captions.
I think it's not so responsive.
Yeah.
Here
we go. It's not playing for me at the moment. Okay. Off. Okay. No, it's not responsive at the moment. But the question that David asked me earlier is that if you wanted to join, let me just hang this up.
Do you want me to exit the meeting?
Yeah. Oh man.
Next time I'll do this with TC8. Most proven device.
Okay. So there is a meeting code. So here is the meeting code if you wanted to manually. So you went into the Google Meet session and this is the meeting code that you would need to join manually. If you wasn't doing one click to join, this is the individual meeting code. If you wasn't doing one click to join, this is the meeting code that you would join manually to join into the meeting.
Does the app add the hyphens automatically when we
No.
No, not easy.
I think it does. I think it does, yeah. So you can do all sorts of things like send emojis, happy faces, you can change your background. So these are all Google Meet features, right? But the important thing is that you can come in with your X30, X50 bar and utilize all of those features as a native Android application.
Quality looks nice. Yeah. The codec being used by Google. If I can challenge you.
Ooh. I don't know.
I know the answer, but I just wanted to make it more interactive.
Yeah.
We normally use H.264, but it sounds like they're doing some extra processing in the backend.
Yeah.
AV1 something, VP09 or AV1. Looks to be very powerful.
Yeah. Before it used to be a VP codec.
Yes.
A VP8, I think
Yes.
it was.
Yes.
But I'm not too sure what it is.
It might have migrated to AV1.
Yeah.
Open source.
Yeah. Any questions, comments, suggestions, feedback? No? Okay. In that case, we're at bang on 3 o'clock. We can have a break time. If you guys have got any other questions or wanted to see anything here, you guys can come and have a look or ask questions.
More interactive. Let's reboot it.
Let's reboot that.
By our method, our typical support method. This. Mark, maybe we'll say something about TC10 as well. How to position it, how to mount it. Mounting options.
Yeah.
If you can.
So you've got the IR sensor on here. There are. So remember that there is in the box. This is previously one of the main questions that we had with partners. How can we mount this onto a wall?
Yeah, exactly.
That was, how do we mount this onto the wall?
How would you do this in here?
Make a hole in the wall. Yeah. Make a hole in the wall. So with this device now, is that you can change the angle, so you can turn it either way. So you can, and it's quite flexible in terms of mounting. Now there is a. Do you know what probably million mount is what it's called. Million mount. So for the AV integrators, the million mount allows you to mount it onto a glass. Because when you normally go into buildings, they've got glass doors. So there is a glass wall mount for this as well.
Additional.
Yes, additional.
X50, my friend.
Yes, X50.
X50. It hung up. Wysyła stream.
Problem może być przestał wyłączyć. So TC10 will be certified for Google Meet with 4.0.
Yes, yeah. TC10 and TCA certified.
Because we want to mount it on the wall.
Yeah.
Right away.
Yeah.
Device mode is there on the day one, yeah?
Yes.
But we need to check if it's automatic or not.
I think it was. You have your laptop? Yeah, we'll try it. Yeah, you can use mine. Well,
yes.
We'll make some mess.
Oh man. What is this?
Oh.
Where's your wallet?
I didn't change it. No. See, Mark, you didn't allow me time, man.
What?
Yes.
Are you complaining again?
I stole it from MTR.
Thank you.
Stole it from MTR. Let's see if it works out of the box. Wiecie, że w PoliOS trzeba go kliknąć. W PoliOS trzeba wcisnąć device mode, tyk, i wtedy działa. I się na przykład jest automat. Mnie pyta. Mnie zadaje pytanie. Switch to BIOD mode?
Wiesz, bardziej chodzi o sytuację, kiedy barka na stale wpięte, mamy wpięte, wyłączamy tylko raz, jak
Musimy to testować.
i będzie to ręcznie robione.
Protestować czy coś, tak.
A widziałem ten roadmap, że HDMI będzie HDMI później biegnie dopiero. Czyli można się posiłkować ewentualnie dzwonienie się na konferencję z drugiego okna i szerowanie, tak? Dokładnie.
Masakra. No,
Wiem, ja wiem.
Device mode będzie działał tylko.
Ale wiesz, jak będzie działał device mode, tam jest barko, to XS-owy. Całość przenieść na laptopa i to na Maca.
Lepiej, że to startuje. It's even better that it doesn't start automatically, Mark. Because when we have barcode clicker, it's even better that it doesn't start automatically. Tak, na Windowsach.
No, strasznie to był, masakra. Wyskakiwało ciągle, nie?
There is no internet, because it says there's no DNS, so something on Android.
Not about Wally, so it's about from box.
Okay.
I have experience with client who usually hosts webinars for
Dawaj go, Mark, jeszcze raz.
one of them, and another was just Google.
Yeah.
And the whole peripherals room is the same. We use USB matrix to switch between
Bardzo dobrze usłyszałem, że przez nas
Będzie za 2 tygodnie. Będzie za 2 tygodnie. Zaraz jest Byście mnie podali miesiąc temu, wtedy tak.
Okej,
Dropbox za 2 tygodnie będzie na Lensa, za 4 tygodnie będzie na tym, na oficjalnym wsparciu. Fajna opcja, żeby wszyscy mieli
settings for volume
tam korzystają, to nie jest problem.
problem was when the switch is everything okay to Dropbox.
Nie wysyłaj, to zostaliśmy z Pawłem.
Ja ci zostawię to jak coś na recepcji.
But you see, on the poly devices, they go in via the USB interface. That's the whole point of using the USB interface on our DSP, on our codec. So it should be passing then that feed then to the audio DSP. So it should be level at that stage.
Yes, but we use the same USB output for to matrix, and matrix switch to Zoom PC or Chromebox.
Yeah.
And level in audio processor is the same every time.
Okay.
Problem appears only on Chromebox.
Yeah.
And Zoom has settings for microphone input. Microsoft has, but Chrome no.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. We don't have a go.
Maybe you know how manage it.
Yeah.
Yes, Samsung.
Right. So. Oh, we're waiting for this.
Now you are trying to host a meeting from PC?
No. We wanted to test the voice mode to it, and something else we were going to try.
Yeah, I want to see if it's automatic or manual.
Yeah.
Switch to device mode.
Yeah, see that meeting code. So you actually could have put in that meeting code on there. Yeah.
It's very nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Did it automatically put in the? Because David was asking, does it put in the? Oh, you might have to put in the dashes.
Okay. Yeah. So remember to.
Because here, look.
Yeah.
WND.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to put the dashes in.
Okay. So.
Right.
Device mode. Okay. It's working. So you need to.
Yeah.
Make it manually.
Why doesn't it?
Yeah, you can. I will go off.
Yeah.
Please reconnect. I will check. We'll go manually. Let's try again.
Oh,
new cable.
yeah. So
Let's check if it's or not. Oh, it's great.
yeah.
Nice.
So, but if we go now, that should see that as a camera, right?
Yeah.
If we go camera, yeah, it should be camera.
Nice.
So it doesn't auto switch. You just. Where's David? David.
So there's some automatic.
No.
Great.
Where has he gone? He was the one asking all the questions, and now he's gone.
Oh, so.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So
right.
the
Yes, that's right. So you don't have to swipe. Yeah, because everyone's like, "What is the swipe?" Now you can do that.
Can we program it for a different function?
Ooh.
For example, room control, which when we integrate Exxon with that. Yeah, because if we use Exxon processor,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah,
go
yeah,
to
yeah,
phone
yeah,
control.
yeah.
This is the shortcut will be great. Yeah?
Zach, do you know this button? Can you program it to the Exxon page or to the? Can you program that?
Yes, so you have to enable. Hold on, this one is no, this one has not yet. So you have to enable it on the admin settings.
Yeah.
And then you have it's called environment control. So push it, and then you have environment control. So you have here a button. When you click.
No, but what we're saying, if you press it here, you program it so it goes directly? Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Because if we do that,
yeah,
we're gonna lose this device mode, camera
still
settings.
swap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I will ask. So I know from this.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
So from this one, you have to do that. This one has.
But since we put a new button on here, could you program it directly?
So today, no. But it may come because I think you will not send that, asking that. I'm sure there are other partners asking that. So.
Any roadmap for one cable, bring your own device without HDMI sharing?
Video on USB.
Yeah. Because right now we have to connect two cables, HDMI and USB for.
Yeah. Two cables.
You can use barcode.
Well, I was about to say, or use barcode.
We don't like barcode.
Yeah. Two cables. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. No worries. You're welcome.
Ciekawe, czy debug mod jest taki sam.
Chcesz do debug moda?
You broke it?
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so I know why it's releasing it. So it's a good idea that the TC10 has this looks like the camera eye. So because when there were those old Logitech smart docks, they also had this sensor, but it looked like a rubber button. So a lot of people try to click it, destroying the sensor. So make it look like a camera eye is actually a good idea.
That's not happy now, is it?
I think it's on this device, but with logo.
Yeah, that's
No, it's not. It's hand right now.
No, but that doesn't work on here. Just use it on here.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
Don't go into the cell. Strange. Switch to. Oh man.
Nie no, tak, to musiałem. A próbowałeś? Nie próbowałem. Nie, próbowałem, ale no to ma sens, nie? Bo wszystkie spotkania są. Bo nie ma mety, nie jak wchodzić tych metowy. A nie, no tego, na telefon. No. Nie, a masz tam na spotkania? Nie, na Gmailu możesz na telefon, mówię. Nie, ale nawet na swoim koncie. Tak. Znaczy ja mogę na Google'owym. Fajnie by było, jakbyśmy mamy takie kontynuator swojego, czy nie? Nie. Zresztą mam, ale w Workspace nie mam żadnego. Tylko i tak widzisz, że nie możesz kupić sobie strony. Tych rumów. To wiesz, może tam kupić będzie tego mieć. Ale nie możesz przyszedł partnerem. Fajnie byłoby, jakbyśmy mieli, wiesz, tego tenanta nowego, żeby zobaczyć, jak to wygląda. Może tak jak w Sony. Tak wiesz, idziemy do klienta, będziemy ciemno, jak się nas pytają, co jest zrobić w adminie, nie? Żeby to mówię naocznie. Co robi tego, co nie ma. Jeszcze raz widziałem, jak to się robi teraz. Bo nie masz żadnych tych. Nawet ogólnie dostępnie żadnych instrukcji. Tak. No nie ma nic. Jest tylko dodaj do admina. Co? Ciekawe co tam się dzieje. Co to wygląda? Ja przełożyłem na poniedziałek do 20. Czyli i tak w przyszłym tygodniu nie jedziemy. To jest poza naszą... Znaczy, że to się dało. Tylko dla siebie coś. Oferty klaszy. Wejdziesz, to masz 455 euro tego klasu. Tak, już dzwonili, to teraz szukają. Aż tak zwolnili. Nie, no to sam plan. Już wszyscy tu się teraz dzwonią. Wszyscy 10 tysięcy osób zwolnili. Kończy się kwartał, jak zrobić najlepszy wiesz. Zarobek, zmniejszyć koszty. Trochę. Ciekawe, gdzie te sprzęty zamówią. Faktury sobie gdzieś zapłacą. To jest zaczyna. Wszystko zamówione za rok. Jeszcze zamówili tego. Nie? To nie wiesz, coś tak średnio. 50 ciekawe, czy wiesz, że ten Android 10 nie jest wymagający, nie? Jeśli chodzi o zasady sprzętowe, jakieś wiesz, nowe procesory są nie wiadomo. Nie wyciągają tego. Snapdragonu. Żeby to był Snapdragon. Pewnie jakieś te mikracje ściągnie nie wiem. No, dobra, ruszył. Cześć. Będziesz ruszył. Pakujemy. No nie, może nie jest tak samo. Czyli nie jest tak samo jak na tych. To ja on działa. Ale jak w ogóle? Nie raczej. Nie, się chromłeś. Nie działa. No wtedy ci tutaj się da takiego kamieni. To przynajmniej jutro nie musimy się śpieszyć. Można na spokojnie tego i tak co zrobić. To co pojedziesz sam. Ty możesz zastanawiać się, jak zapisanie na tabel nazw, bo już zaczął pisać. Nie, tak? Tak, co?
Właśnie, no wiem, czy ja nie widziałem to tutaj, ale jak się dzwonię, żeby spotkać się.
Produkt update. Aha, czyli mogę, nie mając już spotkania,
Nie mają zaproszenia, możesz przeczytać tylko ktoś wyśle zdjęcie i
powiedzieć, kluczem nasze dane do sprzedaży, to, że na przykład, nie wiem, mój klient mówi, dobra, potrzebuje Pan do tego takiej licencji, nie? Żeby klientowi wskazać takiej licencji, nie? Sprzedać kompletne... Co?
Ale to...
Aha.
Wiesz, tak samo dodajesz kontrolę, przeskakujesz ten environment, na środowisko, ale prawdopodobnie będzie można zaproponować, że klikasz to i ci przepala ci na kontrolę. Czyli też mógł sterować pokojem, całym pomieszczeniem, machałką, wszystko jest ustawione.
Żeby ten kierunek chciał nabrać. Wiesz. Nie, ja bym chętnie przedaszkolił sobie wpływanie z infrastruktury samej. Tak? No widzisz, różni fałkowcy, tak jak byliśmy na tym Witelu, na Insta, no oni też do Zooma wszystko, nie? Ale to jest hardware. To jest druga potrzeba. To jest druga potrzeba.
No nie, ale to wygląda mega, nie? Przynajmniej, nie?
Wspaniałe.
Today, Wednesday, and I prepared everything for Thursday, but easy ones. He's got family English, one from New York. People in New York are either Italian, Irish, or he's my direct contact for the US side. He works a lot with Zoom. How did you like that session? Did you do lots with Zoom? Or It's easy to use. The technology, as I said earlier, the technology is great, but Zoom needs to speed up their skills. Yeah, they work with Zoom. The technology just works. It's super easy. I see doctors probably have but they are saying it's power microphone. Yes, it's free. Just for free to do this. I wonder if they really go after shutting off the doesn't make sense to me. Are you in contact with other people for Zoom or need to work on themselves? Or use that because he's also trying to get him on Zoom. Are you certified? Another rare what they do on certification sites.
Demo is demo account.
You know how many people use your work? Yeah, chat. It's just to understand that you can also do that. So, but it's also, well, you can fit this bracket on there if you want. You can find it separately. It's just this one. So you can just, it's a tripod mount. So you can just, this is not a wall, but there's wall mount included. Wall mount included. I think one session. Microsoft secure. Oh yeah, yes. Oh, that's right. So you can work with Vincent, I was going to talk about NDA, so I want to kill
Sure. Yes.
Czym ci się to kojarzy? In 2 days. Coś mi się kojarzyło z tym designem. Ciebie nie ma.
Okay. Shall we use the microphone? Like using the microphone. So, this is going to be the final session before we close. So, my good friend Vincent is going to give a recap on Microsoft Teams. And we can cover anything, any questions, actually. I think Nicky disappeared.
He said he doesn't need it. Literally.
And at some point we'll give the thumbs up or the clear to our recording guy as to when we need to close the session from a recording perspective. So, with that, Mr. Vincent.
Do I need the mic?
Yeah.
You need me to use the mic?
Yes.
Can you hear me better with mic, or can you hear me without mic?
The same. No difference.
In that case, the mic's gone. There we go. So yes, small recap. Who in the room was here this morning when we talked about Teams? Everybody?
Not everybody.
Not everybody.
Almost.
Some guys were late.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, that's your loss. No, great. Short recap, we're Poly. Poly used to be Polycom and Plantronics. We're now part of HP. And all our products, all our solutions are based on 3 main pillars. Do you remember which one they were? I'll give you one: people, spaces, and technology. Yeah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach. So people, if you know Plantronics, if you've been with Plantronics, you know about our persona research, our work style research, which enabled us to map a hell of a lot of countries and companies, like tens of thousands worldwide, based on which we know, hey, a typical company has this amount of office workers, this amount of remote workers, etc. Now we did the exercise again after COVID. The numbers changed a little bit. But we also learned what those workers need when they are in the office. So based on the persona research, we can now not just identify who is in the company and what type of headset they need, but we can also give sort of an estimate on which type of room they need, which type of spaces, how many focus rooms, how many small rooms, how many medium rooms, how many large rooms, which then ties into our web page where you can configure those rooms. What was the URL of that page? Spaces, yes. It's kind of logical, spaces.poly.com. So that website will help you determine spaces, map spaces, see a physical and logical wiring diagram, see coverage maps, see material list, get all that information. And we do all that through technology. Now we went through all the available Teams technology. Remember the slide with the 4 big categories? On the right, we had the BYOD solutions. Then in the middle, we had the Studio X's and the G7005, and on the left, we had the NTR on Windows. Studio X uses Android as an operating system, not pure Android. It's called PolyOS. It's based on Android. Today, it's based on Android, remember? 8.1, yes, I had someone this morning saying Android 12. That was very enthusiastic. 8.1, because that was the one when we launched the bar. We're now updating since today, which is quite hot news, to 10 indeed. So we'll be certified by Microsoft at least until 2025. All-in-one solution, Studio X, modular solution, G7005 or NTR solutions, which are modular as well, Windows PC, all of which are important that they all are in our portfolio. We are the only supplier that has both a system running Windows for every meeting room size and a system running Android for every meeting room size. Which means you can do what your customer wants. You don't have to sell him something, push something down his throat that he's not asking for, right? And that is really important. That is a value for Poly in the market today. And in the end, it's the customer's choice. I always talk about 2 banks in the Netherlands. One of them says, I don't want Android anywhere in my company. Okay, no Android, only Windows. The other one is equally a bank, same country, same security measures, but they say, no, we don't want Windows because we have to manage that and that will take a lot of time. We only want Android. So hey, customer choice. But in the end, the big choice for me is the meeting room identity. There's two meeting room types in the world. Communication room, collaboration room. A communication room you all know, right? Big meeting room, table in the middle, chairs around it, screen at the front. That's a communication room. That's the room where a customer would be invited. Physically, virtually, doesn't matter. But then there's this new type of meeting room, this much more modern type of meeting room. And I'm sure all of you have seen it. Maybe you have some of those. Meeting rooms with a little sofa instead of a table, or a standing table and a big whiteboard on the wall. Meeting rooms where you go, mostly internally with colleagues, to think of something, to do whiteboarding exercise, to have an informal little meeting. There's no table, there's no chairs around it. Sometimes there's nowhere to sit. It's just standing up, right? Microsoft, very good. If you ever visit their offices, they have tons of those informal meeting rooms. Now, those rooms, you don't want to spend a lot of time figuring out where to put the controller and where to put the microphones and the speakers. You just want to slap something on top of the screen and make it a certified MTR room. And there, the all-in-ones really add value because you configure them, put them back in a box, ship them. Anyone can unpack them, plug them in, and be done. By the way, I forgot to say, David, there, he's standing here for a reason. First of all, he's your point of contact, or one of them. Really important. He's very energetic. Very, very, very. And today, if you have a question and you don't want to ask it in English, you can ask it in Polish, and he will translate. Thank you, David.
Always welcome.
I was supposed to say at the beginning. So anyway, two meeting room types, and we can fill in the needs in all those meeting room types. That is a real quick recap of what we said this morning. We went far more into detail. We talked about the different components of each solutions, etc. Not doing that again. What I want to give to you, after we switch off the stream in a minute, is where are we going? What will the future bring us? Now, this is NDA information. I can't show it on slides. You can't post about it on Twitter. If you're thinking, why the hell can't I post about it on Twitter? You did sign as a company an NDA agreement with us, so you really shouldn't do that. But I can talk to you about it, and I think it's important to know where we are going. So can we end the streaming? For the people at home,
possibility to source the experience and knowledge from you. Thank you again for spending so many days to travel and inspire us. As I'm a person to connect the dots, I have to also, I like to thank also my team and try to recommend to contact us in any questions may arise over the next days. We are at your disposal. But connecting dots is my specialty, as I said.
Okay.
So, the logo was created that way, but not very comfortable all the time. But it's all style, I would say. It's not shorted yet.
It's like a circuit on the board, yeah?
But I have a question. Do you know where the closest Apple museum is? Does anybody know Apple Museum in Warsaw?
Yeah, not far from here. There is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the information is everybody that wants to join us for in open area. Karolina, could you say what are the rules there?
Tak, zachęcam serdecznie do właśnie odbioru certyfikatów, a następnie spotykamy się na dole przy